Good morning, it's 8 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Preparations are in full swing at Meydan Racecourse for the Dubai World Cup on March the 28th, with top horses getting ready for the big race. Emirates news agency WAM reports Meydan is one of the main contenders after winning the Group 2 Al Maktoum Challenge on Super Saturday. His strong win after moving from turf to dirt has improved his chances even with tough competition ahead. The UAE is currently experiencing the Sarayat season, which is, according to Khalij Times, is a traditional spring period marked by unstable weather. Ibrahim Al-Jarwan from the Arab Union for Astronomy and Space Sciences said this phase runs from mid-March to early May and brings increased atmospheric activity. It is typically associated with the convective cloud formation, leading to thunderstorms, rainfall, lightning, thunder, and hail at times. A particularly active spell is expected between today and March 27th. Authorities say unsettled conditions are likely to continue across the country this week as the Sarayat season remains in full effect. Diplomatic efforts to end the ongoing conflict in the Middle East are intensifying, with Pakistan emerging as a potential key mediator. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif says Islamabad is ready to host and facilitate talks involving Iran, Israel, and the U.S. This comes after U.S. President Donald Trump claimed Iran was in discussions to end the war, a claim Tehran has denied. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif says that Pakistan fully supports dialogue and is prepared to assist in achieving a comprehensive and peaceful resolution. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
It's education now on Mira Business FM, and as of today, the UAE directive is that there is a nationwide shift to distance learning extended for 2 weeks. So how do educational institutions deal with the uncertainty and the disruption that we're seeing as a result of conflict in the region? Nick Bradley, Heriot-Watt University in Dubai, joins us this morning. Nick, welcome.
Good morning.
Good to have you with us. Let's start with, if you can, give me an idea of how prepared you are at your university right now for the disruption we've seen because of regional tensions. It must be a time, Nick.
It is, but we've been here before, haven't we, with the pandemic? And we immediately enacted our academic continuity group, which is something that we used to run during the pandemic, to ensure that we can pivot to distance learning and hybrid learning if the case requires us to be able to allow students back to the university. Our focus is on making sure that the students have the best experience possible and also have the best support possible in this difficult time. But, we've got very good digital infrastructure. And so it was a case of really just pivoting quickly and making sure that all of the students were aware that they could continue attending class virtually when this spring break period is over, and that the academics and the student support team were there for them if they needed additional help.
If I can, I'd like to talk to you a little bit more about student support and the initiatives in place, the structures that you have in a moment. But it's remarkable, isn't it, that this move to distance learning or hybrid learning or remote work, if you're an educator, comes from that kind of COVID experience. So I understand that. But what are the immediate contingency plans if in-person operations are impacted in the way that we've seen?
So immediately the classes pivot to online teaching, and the classes just are maintained at the same times The classes operate as you would expect classes to operate, much as I'm speaking to you today on a Teams or Zoom meeting. That's exactly what happens with the actual day-to-day sort of teaching. But in addition, lots of additional support classes are created so that students can speak to their professors privately, can get additional support if they need to in the academic sphere. But alongside that, and this is really important, we understand that this is tricky for students. I mean, it is. It's been tricky before. It's tricky now, and so we offer additional student support from professionals at our campus, and we also offer a safe space, an area where students can come together, a private area where students can come together and talk to university professionals, and they can explain that they're having some anxieties perhaps, or their concerns, they're not quite sure that they understand fully what's required of them right now, and they can have that open debate with our academic staff and with our student support team to try and alleviate any anxieties and worries they have.
How is the student attendance to online lectures compared to in person? I'm guessing actually it's probably pretty good.
It is, because students want to learn, right? And they are really excited about the fact that they can actually interact again. And I'm sure I speak for many people that working from home while seeming like a lovely idea initially, gets tiring pretty quickly. And so actually attendance is as you rightly identify, is pretty good. In some cases, actually better than actual in person. And the community that you get from students interacting is really strong. Because students are getting the feedback, they're getting the communication, they're getting the support. Frankly, they're being able to talk to peers as well as professors about elements of their learning experience that they wouldn't perhaps feel as comfortable doing so in person.
It's so interesting but we live in this generation of digital natives, don't we? So I guess there's an element of that. So I mean, it's a good thing to hear. So teaching can realistically continue pretty much without interruption. You can shift pretty much immediately to full online delivery. Internally, how is the transition doing that for the educators in particular?
Well, I think the educators get as much actually out of continuing to do online teaching as the students, because they're in much the same position. They're keen to engage and keen to communicate and keen, frankly, to teach. And so it's pretty seamless actually. And as I indicated, because we've been here before, and of course technology's moved on in the last 6 years, and it's much more precise and much more interactive than it was. I think any good university today has really strong digital infrastructure to be able to support the learning experience. I think it's an absolute necessity. And students now have the ability to actually communicate directly with their professors and to be able to essentially have a very, very similar quality of outcome from the learning. And the teachers and the professors and the academics have all, I think, embraced it. And they get as much out of it, as I say, as the students. They're as excited to be, I think this week, be teaching again, be speaking to the students, whether that's in seminar groups, whether that's one-to-one, whether that's in lecture style conversations. It's exciting for them because they're back and they're able to communicate immediately.
So the lessons learned from the COVID experience, the previous kind of distance learning periods have been learned, but it's more than just shifting to Teams or to Zoom or whatever platform you use. I mean, there are issues, aren't there, of student protection, of cybersecurity, and the long-term kind of academic integrity, if you're in a more volatile environment. There's a whole lot more to think about, I guess, and to consider remotely.
100%. Of course, that's right. Um, the key for us is to ensure that the students feel supported. The students can have the learning outcomes that they need and they want, and that they have a safe space to be able to communicate. Um, of course, we've taken a huge amount of time and thought and effort over these last few years, but also obviously more recently in the last couple of weeks, to ensure the integrity of the systems are 100%, to ensure that that we move from kind of an exam model at the end of the semester to looking at their academic progress through the year, and to look at essentially if they've got assignments due and that kind of thing, to kind of look at a more assignment-based judgment model than an exam-based model, which is absolutely the right thing to do. But we're absolutely confident that we can maintain the integrity of the education system, maintain the integrity of the quality of the learning that the students are getting, and we're absolutely certain that the outcome for the students will be a very positive one.
What about in terms of contingency planning, Nick, for perhaps for something like offline distance learning, downloadable modules or
Of course.
information in case of internet disruption, for example?
No, of course, that is, I think that's a prerequisite, and it's something that we offer. And you would expect, of course, one of the, if you like, advantages of online platforms is, of course, you can record the content, right? So that students are able to go back. Not only those students that are not able to access it through internet outages or whatever that may be, but are able, if there's something they're not quite clear on in the class, they can go back and see it again. They can go back and watch again. And then, of course, they can reach out to the professor or the academic team and say, I'm unclear on this element of what you taught. Can you assist me with that? So in some ways, the nuance is such that it's actually there's a certain advantageous nature to it. Of course, nothing replaces face to face, of course, but I think the detail by which the students can study what they've learned and can go back and can correspond and communicate. And as I've mentioned already, the forum where they can actually have like an open conversation about the class and about the learning outcomes. I think all of these things are hugely important.
I have to say, from where I sit now in my advancing years, to have been able to record lectures would have been useful in my day for sure. Potentially, I suppose, high stakes exams, finals are being or might be postponed. I'm not sure about how that's working. If you can fill me in on that, whether they're moving online this month, whatever. If disruptions do affect exams, it means there's a real onus, isn't there, on ensuring, proctoring standards and academic honesty in a remote environment, so that in assessments you can ensure those assessments are adapted fairly.
100%. But I think what's really important is that the student experience, whether it's if you're a postgraduate student for a year or an undergraduate student for 4 years, it's not just about the exam. It's not just about that day where you do the exam. It's about the whole education experience all the way through. So we're making sure that when we're taking into account final exams, and a decision hasn't been taken on what's happening with finals yet, but when we're looking at final exams, we'll be looking at the whole learning outcome. And that's a slightly cheesy way of basically saying they're going to be looking at all of the assessments done by the students. They're going to be looking at all of the tutor groups, the seminar groups, the practical experience the students have had in laboratories. They're going to be looking at all of that when they come to make a decision on the final grades. And of course, what is absolutely key is the integrity of the system, and we are 100% certain that the integrity is complete and will be fantastic. And so we're making sure that, for us, I guess, we're making sure that the students feel comfortable. The students understand that this isn't going to impact their ability to get, in the case, a postgraduate, undergraduate degree, or isn't going to impact their ability to move to the next academic year, because we're putting all of the all of the systems in place to ensure they have a very straightforward transition. And as I say, we'll be making a decision on final exams nearer the time, but we're confident in our robust processes.
How about lab-based or clinical degrees, medicine, engineering? How do you replace that vital kind of hands-on experience while campus access is restricted?
Well, I can't speak for medicine, but for engineering at Heriot-Watt, a lot of the practical work is done in the first semester as well. For which it's just sort of the nature of the program that a lot of the practical work is done earlier in the cycle, if you like, whichever year you're in. So that's fortuitous for us at the moment. But you're absolutely right. The students won't get the same hands-on experience in the second semester when they're virtually learning. Again, learning from the pandemic, there are things that we have done, there are programs that we teach that can still be interactive, if not physically picking up the instruments in question, but can still be interactive and can still have the same learning outcomes. But those students, we hope, eventually will get back into the laboratories, and we'll be able to have that. We'll be able to have that hands-on experience in the future. But I think, as I say, we've learned so much, I think, in the last 6 years about how education and how higher education can be taught in a different way, and how we can pivot to a virtual or a hybrid or however you want to describe it model, that we're pretty certain that the program is resilient enough that the students can still get the same outcomes in the current climate.
It's not as steep a learning curve this time around, I suppose, is it?
No, it's not. It's actually, what was quite interesting is how quickly we were able to enact the policies we have, and it was like putting on an old pair of slippers in a way, sort of returning back to a process that we've become very familiar with over, on and off over a couple of years. And what I think from my perspective, what's exciting is because technology has moved on, of course, and the systems that we use to interact with the students has moved on, that how much more improved it is, how much more interactive it is, how much more precise to the individual it is, to allow the students to be able to get more out of it. So the interaction and the process by which students can ask questions, the process by which students can communicate with fellow students is much more advanced this many years on. And so the experience is a really positive one.
It's the first time I've heard somebody liken education to a well-worn pair of slippers, Nick, but you get a score for that one. That's a tick in the box. Let's talk about student support. I mean, in terms of well-being and mental health, you were at pains to point that out at the start of our conversation, and rightly so, I think. But just talk me through some of the initiatives that you have in place. I mean, first of all, how do you ensure international students who may remain in on-campus housing, for example, how they feel secure and they're informed during a period where we see, heightened security alerts?
Of course. I mean, students are in continual conversation with our student support team daily. Multiple times a day in some cases. There's also a daily wellness drop-in centre, virtual one, which allows students to come together, allows students to meet with academics, allows students to meet with student services and student support, and also crucially, and this is the crucial part, each other. So they can come together in a safe space, they can communicate their fears, their anxieties, their positives as well, initiatives that they've come forward with, ideas. They organise meetings within their student accommodation to come together, so that we've found that some students are doing classes collaboratively, like within the actual student accommodation themselves, and that's domestic and international students, which is exciting as well. And this service, provides every concern they might have, whether it's financial, whether it's, as you say, the alerts they're getting, whether it's the academic content. This environment allows them to come together and have a clear and straightforward communication with everybody. And we've actually found that the peer-to-peer kind of conversations are by far the most popular. And of course, that when you say that, that is kind of obvious that you get confidence from learning that your friends, your colleagues, your work compatriots are feeling the same things that you're feeling. And you share your fears, you share your concerns, and you work through them collaboratively together. And so for me, that facility, the virtual safe space, has been fantastic. And it's something that we've pioneered and we've expanded upon, and it really works well. Of course, though, all of our student services who are working 24/7, and of course there's all of the required 24/7 hotlines that you would expect in circumstances like this for the students. But all of my colleagues that are working in the student services and doing a fantastic job, and frankly at times a tiring job right now, are in communication with all of our students, international or domestic, on a daily basis, and that includes weekends as well. To make sure that no student is feeling isolated, no student is feeling concerned, and that there's a level of confidence that when we can return to class and when we can all come together as a community in person, that we will do so, and we will look forward to that day.
Student welfare is clearly paramount, but it's also about staff as well, isn't it? How do you support the educators?
Well, our provost, Dame Heather McGregor, has been absolutely fantastic in getting all of the staff together. She's doing virtual calls with all of us many times a week. She's communicating with us in a very personal way, actually. On a daily basis, making sure that we all feel part of the Heriot Watt family, and I think we do. It's actually been a real exciting and proud moment that we've all kind of come together to support each other. And she is absolutely laser focused on ensuring that the staff in the situation we're in are not forgotten. It's not just about the students. They're hugely important, but we also want the staff to feel as though they're supported too. And the same facilities that we offer to the students, there are similar facilities offered by HR for us as staff. But I really feel that we felt part of something slightly bigger. We're a bit more, we're a bit closer, I think. We might not be closer physically, but I feel like we're closer as an organisation because of the communication strategies that have been put in place to ensure that the support. And I know that with my team, I'm in touch with on a daily basis, and I'm particularly presently aware of colleagues that maybe are living alone, and making sure that they're in touch and having regular check-ins with colleagues and friends. Because if you are living alone during this time, of course it can be slightly fraught. But I think we've done a really fantastic job actually of making sure that the staff are supported as well as the students. And let's be honest, if the staff are supported well, the staff are positive, the staff feel great, which we do, then that's going to permeate through to the student experience as well.
Well, that's the key, isn't it? It's not easy. My wife teaches. She's moved to online learning again today, and I know from her experience, it's a different experience. But to be aware that people, have their own personal, their family, their safety concerns, etc. When you manage to make that jump to 100% remote workload, lots more to think about. Final question for you, Nick. Do you think universities need to, consider really building in as part of the model kind of hybrid first idea to future-proof against further shocks, whether they're geopolitical or otherwise, so that, hybrid learning becomes a permanent safeguard, if you like, for universities moving forward?
I think as universities move onto the global stage and are becoming much more global in their outlook, universities are doing that, to be honest, because irrespective of global shocks, you have time differences, you have students who aren't able necessarily to travel as easily, perhaps, and that might be through a number of different reasons. And so I think any good university worth its salt is looking at its digital infrastructure and is in building programs that can be taught in a hybrid fashion, can be taught online. Heriot-Watt has a proud history of online education anyway. We're one of the pioneers of online education in the UK and have been for decades now. And I mean, that's certainly helped us, but I think universities as a whole, I think recognise the challenge of the global connected world we're in. And I think they're constantly thinking about how we can offer virtual classes, how we can offer hybrid learning, especially as technology is improving to such an extent that the transition from in-person to virtual can be seamless now. And so the answer simply is yes. I think universities should and are doing it. And I think it's going to become just part and parcel of the natural teaching environment, that you have programs that are taught in a myriad of different ways. And I think that students who perhaps 20 years ago you couldn't envisage the interaction at the level that we're seeing now with a virtual component is such that for students coming of age now, it's something they're very familiar with. It's something very straightforward, and they've become completely accustomed to it. And so when we're pivoting to a different mechanism of teaching, for most students, it's something that's very familiar. And so universities acknowledge that, recognise it, and are adapting to it.
Nick Bradley, great to talk to you.
Thanks
and I hope those slippers are comfortable for as short a time as possible.
Thanks so much.
Good to have you on. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 8:30 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. The UAE is currently experiencing the Sarayat season, which according to Khalij Times is a transitional spring period marked by unstable weather. Ibrahim Al-Jarwan from the Arab Union for Astronomy and Space Sciences said this phase runs from mid-March to early May and brings increased atmospheric activity. It is typically associated with convective cloud formation, leading to thunderstorms, rainfall, lightning, thunder, and hail at times. A particularly active spell is expected between today and March the 27th. Authorities say unsettled conditions are likely to continue across the country this week as the Sarayat season remains in full effect. Preparations are in full swing at Meydan Racecourse for the Dubai World Cup on March the 28th, with top horses getting ready for the big race. Emirates news agency WAM reports Meydan is one of the main contenders after winning the Group 2 Al Maktoum Challenge on Super Saturday. His strong win after moving from turf to dirt has improved his chances even with tough competition ahead. Diplomatic efforts to end the ongoing conflict in the Middle East are intensifying, with Pakistan emerging as a potential key mediator. Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif says Islamabad is ready to host and facilitate talks involving Iran, Israel, and the U.S. This comes after the U.S. President Donald Trump claimed Iran was in discussions to end the war, a claim that Iran has denied. Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif says Pakistan fully supports dialogue and is prepared to assist in achieving a comprehensive and peaceful resolution. And now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin today is trading at $74,126. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.57 Indian rupees, 75.95 Pakistani rupees, 33.37 Bangladeshi taka, 16.32 Philippine peso, 14.32 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.92 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on X and WhatsApp. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
It's the morning drive. It's Mira Business FM. The economic outlook for the Gulf is shifting fast. Just weeks after tensions escalated across the region, new forecasts are emerging, and they could redefine expectations for growth, for investment, and for stability. So right now, revisiting the GCC story, fresh data and certainly sharper insight than I can provide. Azad Zangana is the head of GCC macroeconomic analysis at Oxford Economics. Azad, welcome back. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you.
I had you in the studio here on the 9th of March. Back you are again. I suppose it's kind of fair to say you track geopolitical developments more than most of us, and that feeds into your forecasting economically across the Gulf. You shared an updated outlook a couple of weeks ago when you were first here on where the region stands now and what could come next. So we'll look at subsequent events. But I wanted to start off with a couple of comments that we had in response to a reel that we posted on Instagram. The reel in question was about the impact of the conflict on the GCC, really, kind of generally. It's had something like 132,000 views, thousands of shares, lots of comments, positive and negative, a little bit of keyboard warrior stuff going on. But I wanted just to put a couple of responses to you. I won't use the names, but false news, said one person. GCC will not take big hits at all. The GCC controls some of the largest sovereign wealth funds in the world, which is true, but I'm interested in your thoughts in response to that.
Well, I mean, first off, I'm not in the business of providing news as such.
No.
We provide important economic analysis for clients, and obviously we we're sharing that with the public at the moment. So that's an important thing to point out. Agree that the GCC sovereign wealth funds are very large and very powerful, but they are primarily designed to try to diversify the exposure of the GCC nations by investing essentially overseas and away from the most important sectors that the GCC rely on, which is oil and gas, and to a lesser extent tourism as well. So in this kind of situation, hopefully those funds are doing their jobs and they're generally outperforming the current situation domestically. And we might see some repatriation of that capital to help with the rebuilding effort. But, I mean, you only really have to look around to see how much quieter it is in general to be able to see the impact that's hitting the economy.
No, it's certainly true. I mean, this was a couple of weeks ago. You here on March the 9th, so this would have been posted that day, but we still had 10 days of conflict, and we was, the atmosphere was beginning to change, let's put it that way. But that's a response to one person. Another person commented, one thing for sure, Qatar's going to bring their think tanks together after this. They're going to have to rethink new strategies to ensure the economy isn't disrupted in the future, which is a more balanced comment. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment overall to its gas facilities, essentially knocking out around a fifth of production probably for the next 3 to 5 years. And that's quite a lot worse than we had anticipated, and even still worse than my new numbers, which we'll talk about a little bit later on. So they will have to think about, well, where are they going to make the shortfall up? Do they need to necessarily make the shortfall up in the near term or not? And really think about, well, maybe now is really a good time to start thinking about diversifying the economy even more than they have done in the past.
I should offer you a caveat before any questions this morning. To be fair, some of my questions are kind of a little bit crystal ball gazing, but that's just the nature of things. But there'll all be questions that we're all kind of asking or things that we're thinking, considering at the moment. But I appreciate your perspective in advance. Let's get into, I suppose it's a recalibrated GCC story, isn't it, in the last kind of 2 weeks? When you were last here, your forecast for GCC, real GDP growth in the GCC was revised down 1.8%, I remember, on earlier projections because of the conflict. So how has that economic outlook changed in the last 2 weeks?
Well, it's very straightforward. We put out our last set of numbers assuming 2 weeks of intense war, Strait of Hormuz being fully closed, and then slowly reopening for 2 months after that initial 2-week period.
Right.
We are now in week 4. I believe there's only been a handful of vessels that have been able to pass the Strait of Hormuz west to east. And that means, of course, we have to revise everything down, given the length of time. So we're now assuming that the intense period of the conflict is going to be not 2 weeks, but 8 weeks. So 2 months in total, followed by another 2 months of low-level conflict, tensions. That means a slow reopening of the strait for that period. Now, naturally, that's going to mean a longer disruption and probably a longer recovery time as well. For the GCC overall, we've taken that negative revision down to 4.4%, minus 4.4% compared to our pre-war forecast. So certainly been extended there. But we then do have a recovery in the following year, 4.5% stronger than our previous forecasts there.
Okay. So taking these down 4.4% would be flat from memory then, would it not?
Pretty close. It would be minus 0.1
right, okay.
for this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What are the biggest revisions in your projections aside from that, and what's driving the thinking, if you like?
So the main driver of the thinking is the ability of countries to be able to export oil and gas, where they're obviously reliant on it. So the countries that have been able to reroute their exports, they are less impacted. Or, for example, Oman, who obviously exports south of the Strait of Hormuz, is not impacted at all from the disruption from an export perspective. But, of course, there are other impacts going on there. So, if you like, Oman is the least impacted. They've only had a 0.3 percentage point downgrade to their forecast for this year. But the most impacted is Qatar. It's now minus 17 percentage points, 17.1 percentage points overall. A big part of that, of course, is natural gas, which the issue for them is it's the storage. It's so expensive to store LNG and put it to one side. Oil, it's easier. You can store it, I mean, not technically in barrels, but in tankers, put it to one side and then export it at a later date. With gas, that's just too expensive. So Qatar is the most negatively impacted.
Your data often highlights the importance of the non-oil sector. How is the conflict impacting the UAE's D33, the Saudi 2030 Vision 2030 projects, for example? Are we seeing a pause, or here's the word we use all the time, a pivot in government spending?
It's too early to say. I think governments are rightly responding to the defense needs at this moment in time and what they can do to support populations. But ultimately, they will have to have a real think about what these visions are supposed to be delivering and whether they're still appropriate for the current situation and the future outlook of these nations. These plans are reliant not just on sovereign wealth fund investment and domestic government investment, but also international overseas investment. And we haven't yet seen enough to tell us how negatively impacted that side of the equation will be. Will international investors still want to invest here? We think so. But to what extent? What kind of rate of return will they need to still be able to put their money in this region? These are all going to have to kind of work into what these governments are thinking. And as we said already with the question about Qatar, it makes more sense than ever for these countries to try to diversify their economies even more than they have thought about it in the past.
That's certainly the upshot, isn't it? I was going to ask you about foreign direct investment inflows, actually, because, I mean, you've kind of answered the question. The Gulf's long been seen as a safe haven for capital. The Straits of Hormuz, the Straits effectively closed at the moment. To what extent, and I know, again, it is too early to tell, but what is there an expectation rather than, we think that the capital will still flow into the region? Is there a wait and see at the moment from investors externally?
Well, I think, no, some of the investors have already started to move, but more so the fast money rather than the longer-term structural investors. I think they will be sitting there and waiting and seeing. And what I mean by fast money, I'm talking about the equity markets. Yeah. You can clearly see in the Dubai index, there is a breakdown between who's buying and who's selling. And it's very clear that foreign investors are pulling out of the market. And to some extent, some of that is being offset by domestic Arab investors, which is good news. That shows that there's a lot of confidence domestically, at least. But that split is very clear to see.
We're seeing, from what I read, sovereign wealth funds, the likes of PIF or Mubadala, becoming more active domestically. To what extent are they now acting as economic stabilizers to offset this, what we're seeing in the private sector, the slowdown that we're seeing?
Well, I mean, that's been their role for a number of years now, but we've not really seen a great deal of activity quite just yet. Again, a lot of the focus has been much more general operations, safeguarding, and really thinking about financial stability of the sector. So, for example, for the UAE, there's been a new package that's just been unveiled to make sure there's enough liquidity in the banking sector, because there are some international concerns in particular about, well, if enough expats leave, will that reduce the amount of deposits and liquidity within the banking system and therefore potentially lead to a bit of a liquidity crisis? Or could there be a dollar funding crisis at some point? These are some of the questions that are coming up at this stage. And I think it's perfectly right for authorities to step in and say, actually, we've got plenty of capital. The banks are well capitalized. And in case there is a requirement for additional capital, we have it here and we're offering it. I
should point out again, for anybody that's maybe just switched on and is listening or watching now, you're not breaking news here. You're looking. This is analysis on your part. Just to make that clear. The Instagram reels later will get that kind of response, as we know. There is a slowdown, of course, and we do need to face the issues that the tourism sector is facing and will continue to face for some time. But areas of trade, areas of investment, of course. But what signs of slowdown are you considering in particular?
Well, we're looking at traffic, for example. We're looking at the situation with hotels, travel and tourism, as already mentioned. There's not a lot of freely available data that's out there, but we can observe. It's very straightforward to see. Now, we've just had the Eid holiday weekend, and so maybe demand was a little bit stronger than normal for the period. So it'll be interesting to see how, for example, prices of hotels will respond in the next few weeks, whether they start to come down to try to help lift occupancy rates, because we know that they're very low at this point in time. In terms of flights, we're slowly starting to see a recovery in the number of flights coming in and out of the region, particularly the ones that are the closest to the conflict at the moment. We're about 40 to 50% of normal capacity at this stage. So again, tracking whatever indicators we've got that we can see, but we're also starting to see more and more signs that companies are starting to let people go, because they haven't been able to force through pay cuts in the way that they'd hoped. And that's natural. When you're seeing your business dry up, you're going to have to respond by trying to cut costs in order to survive.
We're going to be talking about that later this morning. We have a legal expert coming in to talk about exactly that, employment law. Logistics as a sector has had to come up with innovative ways, new ways to keep things moving. Data shows a massive trend towards overland trade. We heard from the CEO of DHL yesterday. From an economist's viewpoint, from your viewpoint, how much does this kind of inefficiency, trucking cargo rather than shipping it, what does that cost the economy, the regional economy, in terms of maybe percentage points of growth?
It's hard to put an estimate on it at this point in time. There's not been that much in terms of cost being passed on yet, because I think what the logistic companies are doing at the moment is they're trying to clear the initial backlog that has been built up since the start of the crisis. So if you had something that was supposed to be shipped by air initially, it may now be on the back of a truck making its way to you. And so that initial cost has essentially been borne by the logistic companies. But I suspect that in time, it will start to take away a little bit from the region, because, of course, those costs will start to pile up and will be passed on eventually to consumers in some way, shape or form.
I've got lots of reasonably quick-fire questions for you here, but the answers are probably not as quick-fire, I'm guessing. Let me just ask you broadly how, from your perspective again, how are governments in the GCC responding from a fiscal or a policy perspective? Let's run through, I guess, the GCC. Your thoughts?
There have been some support packages, but at the moment, like I said, it's all very early. At the end of the day, anybody who's worked in government, as I have, know that you can put out very quick policy support measures if you choose to, but to have a well-designed package that's properly funded, well-targeted, it takes time. And even when you announce it, it then takes time to work as well. So it's understandable. Now, we've seen, for example, support for tourism, support for families, various businesses getting some support as well. But for the time being, I think there's a lot of wait and see going on.
From where we are now at this point, what are the implications for inflation and the cost of living in the region?
So we are adding 0.2 percentage points to our CPI forecast. So not too much. We're only looking for GCC CPI to hit about 2.5% for this year. Now, yeah, that's up on last year. It's understandable, but it's not a major upgrade on the whole. And that's because we still have quite a lot of price controls across the region, especially for food and essential goods. So that should keep a cap on inflation rates. But the other side of things, typically when we shock our global models, we find that inflation goes down, not up, especially when GDP is negatively impacted. So in that sense, you can understand why we don't really have a lot of inflation coming through in the GCC in itself. Although I will say that we would expect slightly higher inflation pressure over the coming years after that, because one thing that we are expecting to see is probably a little bit less availability of staffing going forward, and that might drive costs a little bit higher.
You mentioned models there. What scenarios are you modelling? I mean, if tension was to escalate further or not, I mean, what kinds of models could you describe?
Well, we do all our modelling, including this forecast, using our global economic model. It's a major, big model, which is one of the reasons why Oxford Economics has grown from such a small company out of Oxford since the 1980s. It's widely used amongst many companies and governments around the world. But what we could think about in terms of how things could be worse, well, we could talk about the length of time in terms of the length of the war, which of course we've just extended. And then you can also think about the seriousness. So another risk that we're currently considering is what could happen in the Red Sea. So the Houthis in Yemen have in the past threatened essentially the blockade of the Red Sea, which would have a very big negative impact now because Saudi Arabia is very reliant on the Red Sea for its oil and gas exports. A lot of the pipeline, the east-west pipeline that they're using, is helping to bypass the Strait of Hormuz. But if that was to be closed, then that would have a really big negative impact, not just on Saudi Arabia and the wider GCC, but actually the rest of the world as well, because oil prices would dramatically spike up in that scenario.
Okay. It's fascinating. What are the indicators that that we should be watching most closely over, let's say, for example, the next 3 months or so?
So it's the usual economic indicators, the business indicators, as and when they are published. So for us, top of the agenda is typically some of the business survey sentiment surveys. So the PMIs, the Purchasing Managers Indices, are good, fast-moving indicators that we can track for business sentiment. But at the moment, I think we're also thinking about things like tourism, so number of flights, occupancy rates for hotels. These kind of indicators, I think, are going to be very powerful for the region. And then eventually, when we start getting things like GDP and impact on industrial production, then we'll have a better idea of how much damage overall. But for the time being, it's some of the surveys, I think they're going to be faster and more interesting.
How should businesses operating in the GCC be considering risk in an environment like this?
Well, I think they have to be thinking more broadly about how long this level of disruption will last and the availability of liquidity for them, because ultimately they need financing to survive, and at the same time they need their own business to be doing business to stay afloat. So they need to be thinking about, well, how long can this go on for before they need to start making changes, or should they start making changes straight away? We're not business consultants. It's not really for us to advise on. But in terms of the overall economic impact, clearly it's going to be quite significant for some countries, less so for others.
Millions of questions coming from lots of different areas. I apologize, but there's so much to ask you and limited time. We've got a couple of minutes, but you've mentioned Qatar, obviously. The obvious question to ask you, because everybody looks at interviews like this, watches, listens to things like this, and asks about their own position, where they are in the world. But which GCC country is the most affected by the tensions?
Well, let's run through it. So we said Qatar, 17.1 percentage point downgrade there. Kuwait, 10.2 percentage point downgrade. And then Bahrain, 7 percentage point downgrade there. So those are the three that are most impacted because they have no way of rerouting any of their exports, really. Qatar is the worst because they can't even store it. So they had to just fully shut down. And of course, they've had some more meaningful impact more recently with some of the strikes there. The UAE, though, minus 4.5 percentage points. So some ability to divert away, but the tourism, of course, is very important for Dubai's economy and will have a big impact there. Saudi minus 1.7 percentage points. And we already said Oman only minus 0.3. So quite a big range, and really just comes down to the overall impact on their exports and also domestic economy.
It's genuinely fascinating. I'm nodding along and trying to take this all in, but I appreciate you coming back. As all the time we have, unfortunately. Azad Tangana is the head of GCC Macroeconomic Analysis at Oxford Economics, joining us this morning. Azad, thank you.
Thank you.
Do appreciate it. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
Good morning, it's 9 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. The UAE supermarkets are changing supply routes due to rising shipping costs linked to the Iran conflict. Retailers are using new land, air, and sea routes to keep supplies moving. They say they're working to keep food prices stable and shelves stocked. Disruptions in key Gulf shipping lanes is causing delays and higher import costs. Markets are also increasing focus on local products to reduce pressure on prices. School transport concerns grow as UAE shifts between online classes. Parents in the UAE are still adjusting to online schooling for their children amid regional unrest. One growing concern is school transportation. Some parents are choosing to cancel bus services for the next year. Others want to know if they can get refunds for payments already made. Schools in the UAE moved to online learning on the 2nd of March after Iran's attack on Gulf states, including the UAE, during the US-Israel-Iran conflict. The measure was extended until March the 6th before an early spring break was announced. Students returned to online classes again on March the 23rd, and this will continue until the April 6th. With uncertainty over when schools will fully reopen, many parents are rethinking transport plans. Parents are also waiting for clearer updates. The UAE is currently experiencing the Sarayat season, which, according to Khalij Times, is a transitional spring period marked by the unstable weather. Ibrahim Al-Jarwan from the Arab Union for Astronomy and Space Sciences said that this phase runs from mid-March to early May and brings increased atmospheric activity. It is typically associated with a convective cloud formation, leading to thunderstorms, rainfall, lightning, and hail at times. An active spell is expected between today and March the 27th. Authorities say unsettled conditions are likely to continue across the country this week as the Sarayat season remains in full effect. Diplomatic efforts to end the ongoing conflict in the Middle East are intensifying, with Pakistan emerging as a potential key mediator. Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif says Islamabad is ready to host and facilitate talks involving Iran, Israel, and the U.S. This comes after U.S. President Donald Trump claimed Iran was in discussions to end the war, a claim Tehran has denied. Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif says Pakistan fully supports dialogue and is prepared to assist in achieving a comprehensive and peaceful resolution. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
This is the Morning Drive. My name's Tim Elliott. This is also Mira Business FM. Coming up in the next hour, we're talking real estate. Our welcome guest will be Mario Volpe. He's Senior VP for Investment Advisory at Allegiance Real Estate, joining us as ever on Wednesday morning, discussing real estate and also ultimate fighting a little too. That's coming up next.
Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
Real estate now here at Mira Business FM on the morning drive, and it's a very welcome return to Mr. Mario Volpe, who is Senior VP Investment Advisory at Allegiance Real Estate. Nice to see you.
Good morning, Tim. Thank you for having me back.
Good to have you back. You're just back from London from, should I mention it? No, okay. No, I shouldn't mention it.
You can mention it. We're a disaster, but yes, you can mention it.
You were at your beloved Chelsea Football Club at Stamford Bridge in southwest London, and it wasn't great.
Yeah, so I landed on the Saturday morning, and at 5 o'clock we were playing Newcastle.
So you landed and went straight there.
Well, I said hello.
Family
I said
hi.
Hello to the wife. Yeah, it's all planned. No.
Yeah.
That was a disaster. And then, of course, 3 days later, we were playing the second leg with PSG.
Yes.
And honestly, I've never seen people leave at half time. I mean, the way it was terrible. It was terrible. We just were not at the game.
Yeah.
So my son is now saying, "Can you please stop going to Stamford Bridge?" He says, "I'm the omen." And then on the Saturday, the day before I left, so I came back on Sunday. The day before I left, Chelsea was playing Everton away. So I decided to go to a Chelsea pub, which is about 200 metres away from Stamford Bridge, but it was just a pub, and they were showing it, and we lost that as well, 3-0. So 3 games, 3 losses. Yeah, not good.
So cut your losses and get Mario out of the country.
Yeah.
Was probably the upshot of that. No, I saw that. That was a great Everton performance, it has to be said. I thought they were very good.
They hadn't beaten us since 1987 or something. I mean, it's ridiculous stats.
I think you should just stay here. Just stick to real estate.
We tend to do better when I'm here, so maybe I should.
Sometimes I wonder. I want to stick with the sporting theme, actually. I know you're not a fan of UFC, and I have to be honest, I'm not either.
No.
But do you remember that apartment we were talking about? It must be was it 2 or 3 weeks? I think it's 2 weeks ago. And it was a really, really nice, very upmarket apartment, the Armani Beach Residences, Palm Jumeirah.
Yes.
And there was a story in the press, and it was DED data, basically, that the developers... is it Arada? It's Arada, isn't it? Yeah. So the deal was $92.5 million. People were talking about it. It's a very, very expensive place, lovely place. Turns out it's at 11,500 square feet. It's beachfront. There's a private pool, everything else. So people are speculating, well, lots of people still looking at Dubai, given the situation we're in. You take confidence from that. That's all good. The reason I mention UFC, it's because Francis Ngannou is the guy that bought it. He's a boxer and a heavyweight, UFC heavyweight champion. I just thought it was
okay. So that went completely over my head because I don't like UFC. I just find it too brutal.
He's also a boxer, heavyweight boxer.
I've never heard of the name.
You've never heard of it?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. So, but I did have a funny.
Gotcha.
I had a funny encounter several years ago. I went to Nusret with my then old boss and clients and. There was also an eminent Emirati family chap there as well. And we were hosting David Hay. Do you remember David Hay, the world champion boxer, the one who stubbed his toe? Anyway, he was actually, he couldn't leave Dubai because there was some issues between him and Emar. He was opening up.
I remember that.
He was opening up a gym.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, none of it was his fault. The person he put in charge basically stole money from him and caused a load of problems. But of course, his name was on the actual title deed or the paperwork, should I say? Anyway, so he was here for 3 months, and we went out, and we were at the bar in the restaurant upstairs in the Four Seasons, and I could see David Hay checking this guy out. And it turned out that this guy was a world champion UFC fighter, and these two were getting on like a house on fire. I'm trying to think of his name now, Pierre someone. And it was like two boys talking about, their I don't know, their football card collection. And have you got this? And have you got that? And I was observing it from afar.
Yeah.
And although they were both different, one's a boxer and one's UFC.
Yeah.
But yeah, going back to it, I just find it too brutal for me. No.
I'm with you. I look, it's not something I watch. I'm aware of it, and I get that it's popular, and I understand that. But I come from a different time. I grew up at a different time. My father watching Muhammad Ali in the 70s, for example. I mean, I'm sure you can relate to that. So that, to me, is still there. But it's a little bit too brutal.
But bringing it back to the real estate, that's a sportsman, clearly they make a lot of money. They put themselves out there. I mean, I don't think I would want to necessarily have my face or kicked in or whatever, but people do and get a lot of money. But bringing it back to real estate, Conor McGregor, who obviously started out in UFC and went into boxing. I know a year or so ago, he actually bought a house in the Rixos, which was literally by the beach there.
Okay.
And that was from memory, around sort of 50, 60 million. So there's obviously, clearly there's a lot of money in UFC. And yeah, the confidence hopefully is coming back if people are spending 92 million dirhams on an apartment.
Well, this is the point, isn't it? And everything that you take from that story, I mean, clearly it's reported as look at the size of this deal, and it eventually comes out who's buying it, but it does offer some confidence, and it does remind you that the fundamentals of the market are intact. And I think that's what you take from this. That's not me trying to dress this up, but people don't spend that kind of money on an apartment if they don't think the fundamentals are there.
Correct. And look, it would have been a story even if we didn't have this crisis. 92 million is a lot of money for, 11,000 square feet. It's big.
Yep.
Armani, lovely couture. The Palm, again, high end. So it all ticks all the boxes. But it's even more of a story, clearly, when the situation isn't perhaps as calm as it was a month or so ago.
Well, exactly right. So we'll come back to that, because what I want to talk to you, I've been looking at media this week, and in the last 3 days, 3 articles have appeared, and it's really, I want to talk to you about Dubai real estate amid tensions, but really to run through kind of methodically. I've sent you the notes, but here's one of the headlines. No huge drop in Dubai property prices that could be termed distressed assets, say industry executives. That's one. Dubai real estate stands firm. 85% of landlords resist selling. Developers sweeten deals, keeping Dubai property demand steady. So we'll pick through those articles in a few minutes. It's Gulf News and Khaleej Times for those. And there are many others as well, but just those 3. Something else I wanted to talk to you about, and this is something that we discuss very rarely. I don't think you and I have talked about this. And this is from an article, from a question somebody asked you for one of your columns in The National. And I think it's about 2 weeks ago that it appeared. I'm not sure when you got the question. But here it is. I bought a property in Dubai last year with a mortgage, but my interest rate feels high now compared to what banks are offering. I keep hearing rates are coming down, whether that's true or not at this point in time.
Things happen so quickly, don't they?
But they do, and that in just 2 or 3 weeks. The question was, should I refinance now, and what should I watch out for? So whether interest rates come down, go up, whatever happens, the question is still valid, and I wondered if we could run through the idea of refinancing and the kinds of things people should look out for. At a time when things are uncertain, it's an option, I suppose.
Yeah, actually, refinancing is something that we haven't spoken about, and actually, it's not something that really is spoken about much. It's new mortgages, obviously, that make the headlines. But as more and more people obviously take up home ownership with bank finance, life gets in the way. Properties get old, and you might want to upgrade kitchens, bathrooms, etc., and you may or may not have that money to one side. And as property prices have gone up over the last sort of 4 or 5 years, you've got equity in the property, and that's what it is. Equity release is refinancing for the listeners. or the viewers on YouTube that you have money in your house that you could release to then either buy another property or do up or do whatever you like with it, kind of thing. Now, the interest rates are different to obviously the mortgage rate that is offered for new loans. But again, like anything, I always say, read the small print. It isn't a license to print money. Yes, you can release that money, but that's still money that is then owed. So make sure that you can keep up with the repayments. If you have a fixed rate, then fine, that will be the same for that period, 1, 2, or 3 years, however long the fixed rate is. If it's variable, then in these times where, yes, interest rates were talked down. I mean, we were due to have 1 or 2 or perhaps even 3 interest rate drops this year. That's now looking, certainly in the short term, unlikely. And if anything, they're even talking about interest rates coming up. So if you are with a variable mortgage, that will affect you. Fixed rate mortgages, again, when the climate is unstable, will clearly be sold to you at a much higher level. But the underlying trend is, let's say, between 3.75 and 4% for resident finance, if I can do it that way. You know, most banks will still do non-resident mortgages, but the interest rates are much higher. And of course, you've got to put much more down from a new point of view. But equity release, it's a thing. It's much more prevalent in more established markets like, say, the UK. And slowly, as people realise that they have equity in their property and they can do something with it, and if they can afford it and they're stable in their jobs, etc., then it's a good way of wealth building in some respects. If you go on to buy something else like a property, if you're going to splash it on a holiday to Thailand, well, you do what you like. But yeah.
No, I'm with you. So, but you need to look. Obviously, do your research in this. Do your due diligence. Consider things like early settlement penalties, those kinds of things.
Banks want you to have the loan for a long term. An early settlement is a good one, actually, because they don't want you to redeem the mortgage less than the 10, 15 or 20 years or however long you've got it for. And so there will be potentially charges or penalties. The longer you hold the loan for, the less they are, of course. If you take out a mortgage or do a remortgage or a refinance, and within 12 months you want to redeem that whole mortgage, then of course the charges are going to be quite high because they factored in that they're going to be earning from a profit rate from you for years and years and years, and they'll be able to lend on others based on the income they're getting from you. And if all of a sudden you've shortened that lifespan to just a year or two, then of course they're not happy about it.
No, for sure. One of the things in your response to this question, and I thought this is something we could delve into, you point out, and I think it's really key to talk about this, the most important thing to calculate if you do participate in refinancing is the break-even point. And your example is if refinancing saves you a couple of thousand dirhams a month, but it costs you in fees, something like 30,000, whatever it does cost. You need to hold the mortgage long enough for that saving to actually pay off. So if you plan to sell within a year or two, refinancing might not make sense. But long term, clearly, it's a different story.
Yeah, definitely. And also, it depends on why you are refinancing. If it is because interest rates are high and you're now on a variable rate, and you want to get more clarity on interest rates by going to a fixed rate, which, don't forget, fixed rate mortgages didn't even exist years ago. It was just variable rate, and that was it. So these schemes, capped mortgages, all sorts of different schemes you can now buy by talking to your lender. Of course, if you're going to save money, great. But if the setup costs in fees, etc., and the valuation, because obviously the bank has to value the property to ensure that there's enough equity in the property to release that money. So it's not. That's what I'm saying. It's not just you're raiding the bank and getting some free money. There's a system in place, and of course, if the setup is going to cost you more in the long run, then it doesn't make sense to do it.
the other side as well, if you refinance and you switch banks, how sensible is that? In some
Again,
instances?
because banks want your business, sometimes they can make life a little bit difficult for you to go from one lender to another. It's a bit like divorcing the wife and getting a new wife, isn't it? Sometimes
I've not done that yet.
Well, okay, for another show, perhaps.
Probably another story, but I get the sentiment. All right, so it's just something that I wanted to consider because we've never talked about that, and I wonder if at a time like this, when things are a little bit more uncertain than they would otherwise be, is refinancing something that people may consider, depending on interest rates.
Deals are out there, and for sure, and it's not just because we've had Ramadan and this time of year. We're a very entrepreneurial bunch. Country, and we're always looking at ways of increasing business and trade. I mean, I just heard today that UAE is trying to do something with Oman. I think we heard it on the news, also with Saudi Arabia. So we're constantly looking to better the business lines. And so for anybody that perhaps is feeling a bit uncertain, or they're coming to the end of their sort of fixed rate term, now would be a good time to actually approach your bank and just see, first of all, what's on offer, how straightforward is it, am I eligible? Because that's another thing. You may not necessarily be eligible. Yeah. You may have equity in your house, but you might be working for a sector that is vulnerable, real estate, for example, law, construction, that kind of thing. So you have to also be eligible. And to find out what are the costs. Put it all in a pot and let's see what you can cook. I mean,
Put it all in a pot and let's see what you can cook. I like that too.
Minestrone.
There you go. So that's refinancing. So just a reminder, by the way, if you have a question for Mario this morning, you okay with the answering of the questions? There's not much that could stump you.
Well, I've said off air to you that, whilst we do briefly talk about what we might be talking about, the questions are all live. I don't know what they are. And, okay, touch wood, so far nothing stumped me, but there's always a first, I guess.
You realise you've just issued a challenge.
I'm sure that someone's going to think of something that I know nothing about.
Two ways. The easiest two ways of getting in touch: info@mira.fm or whatsapp.mira.fm. That should bring up the dialogue box. You should be able to get through there. But let us know and get in touch with Mario. We're going to be talking about. And if you do happen to be able to catch them out, there's a prize as well.
Is there?
I've just invented that.
Okay, amazing.
We'll find one. Don't you worry. We're going to be talking about this morning: Dubai real estate amid Middle East tensions, and it's really the summary, if you like, of recent articles in the media. 3 headlines that kind of caught my eye this week. No huge drop in Dubai property prices that could be termed distressed assets, say industry executives. Dubai real estate stands firm as 85% of landlords resist selling, and developers sweeten deals, keeping Dubai property demand steady. Now, we'll delve into those. Mario, you're just back from London. What is, just before we go to the news, just briefly, what's the view on Dubai real estate from London? You're in the industry, friends in the industry.
So the obviously things in this last week, and it would appear since I've got back, have thankfully calmed down. Yeah, but sure. Every day we had alerts. Every day we had the threat of missiles, etc. Threat, obviously we did have. Throughout the Emirates, and it's much more heightened, especially in the UK. They're of the opinion that we are being literally bombarded from the point of view that like we're the aggressor or we're at war. We are clearly having projectiles sent to us. I don't want to belittle it. But the feeling here, especially if you're talking to people who, I'm not going to say are used to it, but obviously have lived through it. If you're talking about Lebanese and, with what's gone on with Lebanon and, the other wars we've had in Iraq, etc. They look at this and they dismiss it here. Whereas in the UK, anything is just blown out of proportion, which was why I think it was important, although that kind of backfired a bit, that all these influencers were saying that, life is amazing in Dubai, life is this, life is that. Life has changed clearly in Dubai, and it would be foolish not to say it that way. But they weren't being received by the British press. There was that feeling of, you ran away for this. Now, sort of even mocking the people that were now coming back through the fear of what was going on. So I just did my best to say, look, it's not great, but it's nothing like you're thinking it is. The media does blow it out of all proportion, and yes, I still feel safe because nobody can understand why I even came back.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. I've got to go to the news actually, but that's interesting because I'm saying the same thing. A friend of mine last night texted me. He lives just outside London. And he's, how's everything? Everything fine? I'm like, yeah, it's fine. It's not what you're seeing on TV, and it's interesting that you say the same thing. So Dubai real estate amid tensions in the Middle East. We're going to look at a few articles and kind of pick through them. Mario Volpi is here from Allegiance Real Estate. More coming up. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
Good morning, it's 9:30 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. School transport concerns grow as UAE shifts between online classes. Parents in the UAE are still adjusting to online schooling for their children amid regional unrest. One growing concern is school transport. Some parents are choosing to cancel bus services for the next year. Others want to know if they can get refunds for payments already made. Schools in the UAE moved to online learning on the 2nd of March, and they will continue online schooling until the April 6th. With uncertainty over when schools will fully reopen, many parents are rethinking transport plans. Parents are also waiting for clearer updates. UAE supermarkets are changing supply routes due to the rising shipping costs linked to the Iran conflict. Retailers are using new land, air, and sea routes to keep supplies moving. They say they are working to keep food prices stable and shelves stocked. Disruption in key Gulf shipping lanes is causing delays and higher import costs. Supermarkets are also increasing focus on local products to reduce pressure on prices. BlackRock CEO Larry Fink has warned that oil reaching $150 a barrel could trigger a global recession. He told the BBC that high oil prices linked to tensions with Iran could have serious global economic effects. Fink said there are two possible outcomes. One is a diplomatic deal that lowers oil prices. The other is continued conflict that keeps oil above $100 mark. This could lead to a sharp global recession. He added that it is still too early to judge the full impact of the Middle East conflict on energy markets and the world economy. And now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin today is trading at $71,106, and for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.57 Indian rupees, 75.95 Pakistani rupees, 33.37 Bangladeshi taka, 16.32 Philippine peso, 14.32 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.92 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on X and Telegram. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
This is Mira Business FM. It is the morning drive, and it is real estate this morning. Mario Volpe is Senior VP Investment Advisory at Allegiance Real Estate with me this morning. Good of you to stick around, Mario. So, 3 articles this week, and I'm going to pick through them. The highlights of these, I've got 8 segments, if you like, that I've kind of put together. I'm interested in your thoughts. The first one, landlords are holding firm. There is no panic selling. Okay.
Yeah. Well, that headline, I have to say, epitomizes the how can I put it? The sort of stock of sellers. Now, the headline says landlords. We're talking about sellers now, not obviously renters or properties for rent. A lot of property that was available in the last sort of few years was coming on stream for reasons that the owners just wanted to achieve a certain price.
Yep.
There are, of course, those that maybe might want to sell in order to buy something else, or maybe there was a life event, I don't know, like a daughter's wedding or something that needed to be paid, and therefore sometimes real estate is then sold to finance those kind of things, or university or whatever. But I would say that the majority of people that were selling literally is because they saw appreciation in their property, and therefore they wanted to get a certain amount. And we know that because when it comes to giving advice to these sellers, they're not interested in hearing any advice. They tell you the price they want. And then it's this sort of justification and agents trying to explain, well, the last one that sold was X, and the one down the road is on the market for Y. And if they're all the same, why is yours more money? Well, that's what I want for it. And then the agent had a decision, do I put it on or I don't put it on? So what that does is that consequently, you have a series of listings that, first of all, are advertised a lot more than they're actually worth.
Yep.
And that is why when you do sales, you will see that the actual sale value at the land department are always anything between, dare I say, 5 and 20% difference to the asking price, because people try to factor in people offering, etc. So the reason why you're having these headlines that sellers are not, they're not dropping their prices is because they don't have to, because they don't even have to actually sell. There's only a very small proportion of people that, if we're talking about off-plan secondary, by that I mean someone who's bought from a developer, he's on the payment plan, and he bought it to flip it, to sell it on, because obviously prices were going up quicker than normal. And so they thought, well, I buy it today, I can sell it in 6 months, maybe make 1 or 2 payments. That's it, that's me done. I'll then sell it, and I'll get my money back, and I'll make a few bob. That's the theory. Those are the people that definitely will now have to look at the pricing. And a lot of those people are considering selling at original price, and 1 or 2 of them are now starting to put things on at less than original price, because they don't have the money, because the strategy has blown up in their face. Anybody that's bought an off-plan property to live in it, or even to hold on to it to rent it in the years to come, those people, assuming they are still on that payment plan and can still afford to pay that payment plan, are not going to sell. And that's why you've got this sort of mixed. So I'm telling you, there are people who will have to sell at either original price or even slightly less in order to get out.
Yeah.
Buyers have gone completely the other way now. I mean, the gulf between, if you pardon the expression, but the gap between the two is huge now. So you've got these sellers who are saying, no, going like this, I'm not budging.
Arms crossed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Buyers are then saying, well, I'm interested, but the tune has changed now. You're dancing to my tune.
Yeah.
And all that's happening is you've got this standoff. And this is terrible, actually, for the market, because you've got buyers who want to buy at their terms, sellers who want to sell at their terms, but because the gap is so big, no one's doing anything. And that for me is the biggest worry. Yeah. You will still have your peripheral deals happening off-plan deals. In fact, the deals that are happening, again, the majority are still off-plan. But I suspect these are people who were in the process of buying and are still carried on. One or two of them have not pressed the button and gone ahead with it, of course. But as you said earlier on, the fundamentals of Dubai are still the same. We are in this shock scenario where we didn't expect it to happen to us. And of course, what happens is people just pause and wait to see what happens. How long is this going to last? What's the fallout going to be? Dubai is still Dubai. You know, if we're talking about safety, and I'm talking about crime, and I'm talking about being able to, you know, walk home if you're a woman or family, etc. That nothing has changed on that. We are still where we're at. You go to a restaurant, you leave your phone on your wallet on your table, you go to the bathroom, you come back, it's still there. That hasn't changed.
No.
The other safety, if you like, has changed because we've never had that before, and having the response from other countries or another country onto us has shocked us. Because when we've benefited from other people's chaos, it's because other people have come to us and have swelled, if you like, our population and our interest in our real estate because we you know, have an amazing lifestyle. Unfortunately, you know, tourists have departed. Hospitality is suffering a bit, and that's what we've got to maneuver. But right now, there is a bit of a standoff. So unless the seller has to sell or there is a proper motivation to sell, most agents who are trying to contact owners to ask them to reduce the price. And may I just add, I've always told my agents to get owners down, not irrespective of whatever's going on now. I did it even before the conflict because I knew that the asking prices were always higher than potentially buyers were wanting to pay. But because the market was going up, eventually buyers will say, okay, fine, it's what I want.
Difficult to meet those expectations, isn't it?
Exactly.
They
So
need to be tempered.
So it was tough to get owners down before the conflict because they thought the market was going great guns and everything was amazing. And therefore, sooner or later, I'll get my price. But it's those sellers who then think, well, it's taken me 6 months. I've now got a buyer, but the prices have gone up. So they then put the prices up. So those are people that never sell because they're constantly moving the goalposts.
Yeah.
So it was difficult then. Now they're just saying, no, I believe in Dubai. It's going to come back. And most likely it will, but it will obviously take time. But there will be scenarios where sooner or later, some of these owners will have to look at, dare I say, more cheekier offers. Although the buyers are, I mean, the buyers right now, everybody, have you got any distressed deals? You've got distressed. What's distressed? I mean, if I hear the word distressed, there is no distressed deals. There are none.
That's the point, isn't it?
No. I mean, I remember there was a story back in 2008. It was a rental unit, actually. I was trying to get this rental villa in Sakim or Jumeirah, I forget where, but the owner was Emirati. And I tried to get him to drop the price. And of course, in 2008, we had a world financial crash. So similar but different, if you like. Sure. Sentiment was still, you know, buyers didn't want to buy because they didn't have any money in those days. But so to try and get the price down. And I remember the conversation as if it was yesterday. The owner said to me, no, this is my price. I'll wait. So he didn't, again, there wasn't that motivation to come down. Sure enough, 6 months later, you know, he did drop the price. Yeah. Maybe something happened in his life, but 6 months worth of, maybe not Jumeirah, there are no maintenance charges other than maintaining the building. In an apartment, you've got service charges. So if you're keeping a property empty, a landlord is costing you money. You're not getting an income because every month or every quarter you're having to pay service charges. So it is narrow-minded to say, I'm not going to take that offer because it's lower than my expectation. You know, a property is only worth what someone is prepared to pay for it, whether it's buying it or renting it. But unfortunately, here, landlords and sellers have this idea that their property is worth a lot more than it actually is. And of course, a lot more than the one down the road selling, because mine's always better than yours and yours is always better than mine. You know?
Well, isn't that always the way? But I mean, it's always the case, isn't it? And you've said this many, many times. You know, we're told what they're worth. And you know what they're going for.
Yeah, they're in denial all the time, half the time. And that's, again, because they don't really have a motivation to sell. But ironically, yesterday I had this chap got me because he reached out to me through Instagram. I don't know whether it was the podcast or whether it's this show or the national whatever. He said he listens to me all the time. And ironically, it was an Israeli guy who had bought a property in DLRC, but now he's in Thailand. He's not in Israel. And I said, I thought he was on holiday. So I said, when are you going back to Israel so that I know when to sort of we can? He said, I don't have any idea to go back until things calm down. So he's staying in Thailand. Whilst he's in Thailand, lo and behold, he's obviously an investor. He's seen a really good deal, and he's contacted me through Instagram to say, I'd really like to liquidate this studio that I have. Because I want to move the money from here to buy it there. So that to me is a real, what I call a motivated seller. There is a reason why that person wants to sell. He didn't, yes, obviously we talked about the war, being Israeli, and the situation here. And he even asked me, well, what's it like? And I said, well, yeah, thanks, thanks to you. Everything is, we joked about it, obviously, and I say it a bit tongue in cheek now. And I was able to have that kind of a conversation with him. And he says, I feel your pain, because I'm not going back. But there's that. I wish that most of the sellers were like that, because if a decent offer comes in or a reasonable offer comes in for his apartment, he's probably going to take it, because even if he sells it at the same price he paid for it 18 months ago, or even a slight loss, he's already seeing the value of the money that he will take out, even if he's lost a few bob here, to then put it in Thailand. And I don't know what the exchange rate is from effectively the dollar to the Thai baht. But if the dollar is strong, by taking a lower offer here, he might make it up on the exchange rate. I don't know. There's all these other things to consider too. Yeah. But all I'm saying is that slowly, people, if they have the right reasons, are wanting to sell for the right reasons. And, your headline that you mentioned earlier, those people are just crossing their arms and saying, I'm not playing. But sooner or later, either they'll come off the market, in which case there'll be less things available, or they will have to drop prices. Because if buyers also dig their heels in and no one buys, or less people buy, then that's like I say, you have a stagnant market there, which is no good for anybody. That's Rising market or a market that's going down, agents love it. Honestly, obviously they prefer a rising market because there's more buyers. But even in a downward market, there are opportunities. I think the buyers right now are trying to explore or exploit those opportunities to too much of a degree by using the word distress. My WhatsApps, my text messages is all about, have you got any good deals? You've got good deals. And
but we're hearing that a lot at the moment, aren't we? But the headline still holds. However you look at this, whether you're a motivated buyer or not, there isn't panic selling. There was a survey of 600 landlords in the last couple of weeks. Very small minority would sell below expectations, even if tensions worsen. So no surprise. It kind of backs up what you said. You also said there, lost a few bob here.
Yeah, sorry, I need to talk about dirhams, not bob. Well, because it's a British expression.
It is. It's a very old. I grew up with it. It was something my grandfather used to say. But a bob is, what was it, 5 pence? Was it?
I don't even know what it is. It's an expression. It's not. It's just a few.
I think a bob was 5 pence, which
not
is
very much.
What, a dirham?
Yeah, well, it is now. But
a dirham here, a dirham there, a few bob here, a few bob there. There you go. Just by way of explanation
for the millennials out there who know what the hell we're talking about.
I love it. The second heading here, we're not going to get through all of this today, but it doesn't matter because there's a great deal in this to kind of run through. The second one is transactions remaining strong, liquidity intact. Transactions volumes. Let me just put this to you. Between February the 28th and March the 16th, so a little while ago, but not that long ago, 6,048 residential transactions, 20.2 billion dirhams worth.
Yeah, that was too. I mean, when you divide that out to what was that? 16 days, 17 days.
Exactly. Yeah.
So just over 2 weeks. The deals that they were reporting were deals that were already in the pipeline, despite the fact that the war had been going on for a couple of weeks. And when you sort of divide, what was it, 6,048, did you say?
6,048.
48 deals. Yeah. When you divide that out, that's, that's more than, 350 deals a day? Something like that? If you do the math on your calculator,
talking, I'll do the math for you.
That's still a lot of deals in anybody's sort of. If you're talking around 350 or 360 or whatever it is, what does it come out to?
I can't even type quickly enough. I'm not very good at typing. What have I got? 20 million here. So
no, not 20 million. 6,048 divided by 16.
There you go. 6,048 divided by 16. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, to see how many deals a day. I'm estimating around 350. Okay.
6,048 divided by 16. If your maths is right, I'm going to be impressed. There you go. Not bad. 378. Well 378. Done, Mario Volpe.
So that's a lot. That's a lot of transactions in anybody's book.
It is at a very uncertain time. Is the point?
But like I said, though, a lot of those deals would have either already been done and just haven't been reported, because again, the majority of these deals, I think stats are still saying it's around 60% is off plan. Then these deals are not reported until the SPA is signed, until obviously the 4% has been paid for the accrued, and therefore the decision to sign on the line that is dotted or giving that 10% would have been before the war. So it'd be interesting to see.
In some cases, right.
If we're talking off plan, secondary, obviously not.
63% were off plan. So
well, that's what I'm saying. So the majority were still. They'd already been done. So the water's a little bit muddied there. But I get the sentiment. It'd be interesting to see what the transaction numbers are. Forget the actual dirham prices, because you'll always have your anomalies like the Arada, 92 million ones or whatever.
Sure.
And I suspect that the majority of transactions now will be in the sort of 1 to 2 million range, to be fair, the sort of mid range. But like I say, the message, we're clinging on to as much positivity as possible. We have to. And that's a good story. So inevitably, the transaction numbers will probably reduce down a bit. But I don't see it falling off a cliff like some of these commentators are talking about abroad, in Europe, in the UK. I'm hearing words like the real estate market is collapsing. That's nonsense. It isn't. Obviously, it remains to be seen what happens. But we can only talk about today. And today, people are pausing. Of course, they want to know. But like we said before, the fundamentals are still there. If a lot of these towers that are launched, they're not going to be built for another 3, 4, 5, maybe even 6 years if there's a few delays with materials potentially coming. Then, crikey, if we want this war to be over now, yet alone in 4 or 5 years' time.
Oh, for sure.
We're all in trouble if it's as long as that.
Well, the world. It's funny. I was driving to work the other day. I was listening to a podcast from one of the world's more respected broadcasters, and there was a line in it from a report from Dubai, and the line was, "Dubai's a ghost town this morning." Now, I'm driving to work, and I'm thinking, I just shouted, but it's not, is it? Because it wasn't. It was, it was busy, and it's remarkable the view from outside. Here's another point. We've got 7 minutes or so. I've got some questions to ask you as well.
Oh, okay.
But this is from the 3 articles that we're kind of picking apart this morning, and we'll finish on this one. There's more to talk about, but I think this is important. The market is maturing, not weakening. Analysts believe the shift is towards selectivity, not slowdown. Liquidity is still present, but it's flowing towards assets with stronger fundamentals. So a more mature, fundamentals-driven environment. I mean, you're nodding. Clearly that's the case.
Yeah, it is. And whether it says, not a slowdown, look, inevitably there will be a slowdown. But even before this crisis happened, I think we were talking about potentially later on this year, there being a stabilization, for want of a better word. And what that means is that prices are not going up as much as they were, even to a point of not going up at all, but not going down. And clearly, with sellers now not budging, and indeed, I mean, we haven't touched on it, that developers not dropping their prices. What they're doing is they are adding value to the product. By that I mean Ramadan offers, which I had predicted, and it was obvious, have been extended, until at least the end of the month, and probably will continue a little bit, just to add a bit of a sweetener. But prices are not coming down.
So incentives rather than discounts.
But they were there anyway because of Ramadan, and they just carried on. There is one developer who is offering, depending on. But they used to do this years and years and years ago. They're offering, cars. Buy this property. If you buy a studio, there's this. If you buy a one bed, there's this. The bigger the property, the better the car. But what they are offering is that if you don't want the car, then the value of the car could come down. So again, it's that benefiting kind. It's not that the prices are coming down. They're offering you something by incentivizing you to buy. But also, although I feel that the 1 to 2 million price bracket is where a lot of the potential activity is now, ironically, it was that kind of a marketplace that potentially could have suffered, especially in the apartments going forward. That mid-market, if we're talking about selectivity, lots of people were into that range. And that's why the trophy assets, the top end, will not suffer. You can say even at all in some respects, because there is rarity there. It's where there's lots of same old, if you like, where they will see the most movement and the most movement on prices eventually. Because if there are 100 units available, you've got to stand out somehow. And unless you're going to put in a gold bath or something, it has to be on the price alone.
Gold bath, I'd say that's...
it's not worth as much as it used to be.
No,
even
that. That's true. Let's finish with some questions. I appreciate your thoughts, Mario. It's speculation at the moment, of course, but hopefully we're getting towards some kind of resolution. Fingers are crossed. Yeah. Questions for you this morning. We've got a couple of minutes. Chinny or Chinny? They're offering a one-bedroom unit in Business Bay for $6,000 fully furnished with bills. The unit used to cost $12,000 monthly, but the contract's just for 6 to 8 months. If I get this unit, is it possible that the price will go back to $12,000 after the contract? Well, I guess it is.
The thing is, if that's a short term, well, mind you, anything above 6 months is a long term contract, so that's okay. Well, no, because you'll have to have an ijari with it, and the ijari will be based on that price. But of course, the Smart Rental Index is real time. So
that's
yes,
right.
So on one hand, they can only raise it by a certain amount. 20% per year is the maximum a landlord can raise. Providing all the other parts match up,
and that's the absolute.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah,
but rents. I mean, we've been talking about sales not moving down. Rental prices, I think, will come down.
Yeah,
and of course, if something was 12,000 last month and now it's 6,000, well, there's your 50% that most buyers are now looking at sellers wanting to do. Hence the distress.
Right.
It is happening, and to a greater or lesser extent in rentals, but not in sales. But that to me sounds a good deal. Obviously, if all bills are included as well, DIWA, Empowered, and all the rest of it does add up. So really, a room before was only ever like 4,000. If he's getting something like that, an apartment for 6,000. I mean, that's an amazing deal.
It does sound like it. Something similar, actually, as well. We can just about fit this in. Ashdeen, I'm scheduled to move to a one-bed serviced hotel apartment because they're offering it for less than $6,000, again inclusive of bills. So I'm leaving my studio apartment, which was $5.5 a month. Of course, the contract for the hotel apartment is only until the end of September. Is it a good move?
again, if the figures work out for you, and again, a bit like the remortgaging, the refinancing, if the costs of moving, because you've got to factor those in as well. If she can leave her studio easily, and there's no penalties there, or if that was on a rolling contract or a month-to-month basis, and you're able to leave to go to somewhere else, and the figures work for you, then of course it's a good deal.
There's your answer, Ashdeen. Your answer. For some reason, I'm slurring today. I don't know why. We'll resolve that in the next hour. I think it is. It is freezing in this studio. Mario Volpe, it's always good to get your thoughts. I appreciate you being here. Good to see you back. Mario is Senior VP Investment Advisory at Allegiance Real Estate. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Good to have you here. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 10 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. The UAE is currently experiencing the Sarayat season, which, according to Khaleej Times, is a transitional spring period marked by unstable weather. Ibrahim Al-Jarwan from the Arab Union for Astronomy and Space Sciences said this phase runs from mid-March to early May and brings increased atmospheric activity. It is typically associated with the convective cloud formation, leading to thunderstorms, rainfall, lightning, and hail at times. An active spell is expected to continue until March the 27th. Authorities say unsettled conditions are likely to continue across the country this week as the Sarayat season remains in full effect. Diplomatic efforts to end the ongoing conflict in the Middle East are intensifying, with Pakistan emerging as a potential key mediator. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif says Islamabad is ready to host and facilitate talks involving Iran, Israel, and the U.S. This comes after U.S. President Donald Trump claimed Iran was in discussions to end the war, a claim Tehran has denied. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif says that Pakistan fully supports dialogue and is prepared to assist in achieving a comprehensive and peaceful resolution. As of 7:20 a.m. Japan time today, global oil prices are showing strong volatility with mixed moves across major benchmarks. WTI crude is around $88, up by about $4. Brent crude is around $104 to $105, up by about $4 to $5. Murban crude, which is UAE's crude oil, has fallen sharply to about $120, down by roughly $15, the biggest move in the market. Russian Urals crude is near $89, up by almost $7 to $8. OPEC basket is around $145, up slightly by about $2. Indian basket is near $157, up by about $7. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
It's the morning drive at Mira Business FM. Coming up, a panel discussion with three, and all female actually as well, business founders. So the theme is adapt or fall behind, and it's really all about how UAE businesses are surviving and perhaps thriving right now. That's next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
This is the Morning Drive. It's Mira Business FM. My name's Tim Elliott, and we often talk about Dubai's big hitters, tourism and hospitality businesses. But today we're going to focus on the other businesses that make this city, Dubai, such a dynamic hub, from community-led concepts to experience-driven brands. These are the businesses shaping how we connect, how we spend every day. And right now, I think it's fair to say a little bit of adaptation is having to happen. So what does resilience mean? And what does it really look like in today's climate? It's kind of what's going to drive, I hope, this conversation. First of all, and to my right, it's hello to Grace Karim, who is the co-founder of Bookends. That's a community-driven platform making reading more accessible through book exchange and cultural initiatives. Trying to get this right. But Grace, good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for having me here.
You're very welcome. Good to have you here. It's also good morning to Lottie Jones, who is the founder of QuizBiz, which is a live entertainment company delivering, I'm going to quote here, Lottie, high-energy, interactive quiz experiences across the UAE.
That is correct. Hi, Tim.
Welcome. Nice to have you here. Also a side hustle in children's books. We might come back to that as well. And over Zoom, hi to Victoria Myers, who is the founder of the Small Retailer Network, which is a platform supporting independent businesses with training, mentorship, and growth strategies. Victoria, good to have you on as well.
Thank you so much for having me.
Good to have you all here. And what I want to do is get your opinions, your views on all of you, a number of things to start with before we kind of turn to your particular areas of expertise. So to begin with, and Grace, I'll start with you here. Across your industry, the different industries that you guys work in, but with you in particular, what changes have you felt most immediately since, we've seen this kind of rise in tensions where we are now, the uncertainty we're feeling?
For us, reading is a refuge for a lot of people who are going through uncertainty. So they go to a book for them to get into some normalities in their lives. So people want more reading, they want more pages to travel through so they can put what's going on behind them and move forward.
Kind of lose themselves, I suppose.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's kind of a refuge. Lottie, what about you? What changes have you felt most immediately?
Yeah, so we're a very service-based entertainment provider. So we provide quizzes all across the Emirates for people who like to go into the pubs and the bars, etc., different venues. So what we're seeing is a lot of people still want to continue with our service-based entertainment, and it's the challenge that we have is that are we providing that in a safe environment? Do we support our community to come out and quiz? Are we also supporting them if they want to stay at home and still attend the quizzes? We are also catering for that as well. So we are seeing quite a few changes in how people are continuing with kind of the daily routine.
Yeah, I can imagine. Victoria, what about you? You talk to people regularly, you're training, you're mentoring people. What have you felt most immediately?
For working with product-based businesses, one of the main challenges that they have had straight away is that sharp decrease in sales when tensions started to really mount, because customer behavior was very distracted from buying things to other aspects. What we've noticed is there has been a gradual returning to more normal levels of spending. But what's really challenging a lot of the product businesses right now is the supply chain issues that have been created by these regional tensions. So whether brands are importing completed products they've had manufactured themselves, or materials to manufacture, the supply chain challenges are something that has become quite apparent at this point, and it's something that's obviously going to maintain quite a difficult position for some brands as we move forward. Having said that, obviously small businesses are very resilient, and they are finding new ways to manage, new ways to cope, and new strategies to overcome these challenges.
That's an interesting point. What kinds of practical changes have you seen, your clients, people you're mentoring, changing to protect or maybe grow revenues?
Well, what we have found is I always advise people to be checking their inventory and to making sure like what product they have currently got on hand, what they're going to require, and what obviously they've got in transit that what they were expecting to have, and whether they're still going to be able to receive that in a timely manner or not. What brands have then been looking to do is either adapt their current stock planning strategy for the product that they do actually have on hand. Some brands have been adapting, creating new products, creating new styles and designs. In particular, we've seen quite a few brands who've been really emphasizing this connection to the UAE and to Dubai, and have been producing product which customers are really keen to buy into, which really reflects their connection to the UAE, and those kind of products which normally they might sell perhaps around National Day at the end of the year, they have been reintroducing, rebringing that kind of product back to the fore, because that's the kind of thing that customers are looking for at the moment, and really adapting their product strategy to meet the current needs of the customer.
Lottie, can I ask you the same question? You know, have you had to make any practical changes, any particular changes?
We have introduced the feature of online quizzing. So we're now doing it through Zoom, kind of harks back to COVID era.
I was going to say, yeah.
People make the comment, feels just like COVID, but obviously it's not. We're allowed out. We can move about our daily activities with caution. But yeah, we've started a new Sunday quiz, which happens every Sunday. Right. And the first one that we did, so huge in popularity that we actually almost broke the software.
So what do you get in terms of numbers then?
Well, we had 246 people join the Zoom wanting to connect from their home. And then the software allowed us to allow in 185 teams. And we didn't know the capability of the speed quizzing software, which is the software we use. So yeah, that was an awakening that we actually had a limit on that. But we've done one every Sunday for 4 weeks now. And the popularity is really amazing. But so is also the people coming to the bars. We've still got good attendance there as well.
Okay, so that's 246 people joining, but that could be 246 teams of people.
Households, so maybe
that's
couples,
households, so that
families.
Could be 3-4 people potentially.
Yeah.
That's huge. Grace, let me ask you a little bit about your customers first of all. Are your customers behaving differently? Has it changed at all? You're talking about books as a refuge for people, but what's your feeling on how customers are?
We felt that people, they want to have an escape. However, they don't want to spend too much money. And they also want offers, and affordability is the key point for them to act. Having said that, we are a lot stronger online because we are a platform. We deliver across the whole UAE. And people are having the freedom to place their orders at their fingertips. They don't need to come to our store. However, because the people who are around our area physically, they wanted something that is normal into their life, they were bringing their kids and coming to the store. But of course, this is a lot less than it used to be before. And for that reason, we also went online and we did a few activities. We did a book reading, we did quizzes, we did discussions around books just to keep the community connected, and people, they attended, they were very happy to have this kind of activities. On top of this, because March is the month of reading, we are offering a 1 dirham book across the whole month, and it is still there until the end of March. Okay. And those are accessible through bundle online and through an offering in our store physically.
Do you know, the thing that I'm getting from this is connection, how important connection is, how important, you know, seeking out, not companionship, but I mean, I guess that's a byproduct of it, but that the connection is key. Victoria, can I ask you about the kind of really the kind of messaging that's resonating with customers at the moment? What are your clients, people you're mentoring, telling you?
Well, I think the thing that customers are really connecting with quite a lot at the moment is community, as you mentioned. So feeling part of something bigger than themselves right now and feeling part of a collective because it is a common experience that we are going through right now. It is an uncertain time for everybody. So if customers want to feel that the brands that they're shopping with recognize that and are bringing that community feel. They're also, customers are really looking for things like, they're looking for comfort, they're looking to feel cozy and safe in their home. So again, as Grace was saying, it was Lottie was saying, looking in those kind of like harking back to sort of COVID kind of feelings. It's that feeling safe and cozy at home. People are investing in things to make their home environment feel pleasant and comfortable. And then they're also really looking for a bit of joy as well, because there is so much heavy news at the moment. Things are serious. So there are also, on the opposite end of the spectrum, customers are looking for things that are going to bring them joy, and they're connecting with brands that are really helping them to see that it's still okay to try and feel good, and it's still okay to experience a bit of fun, a bit of joy, and even if it's different to how they normally would do it. So when brands can really communicate and connect with their customers on these kind of topics, they're finding that customers are really appreciating that and are really looking to connect with them.
Have you had to change where or how you market your services to increase visibility as of now, or to help with relevance?
Well, obviously, the work that I do is always relevant to small businesses and to help them to grow. So at the moment, it has just been more of the same. It has been connecting with all those people in my wider connections and my wider network, just to make sure that everybody is feeling okay and has got what they need. My role and my passion as a community leader is to help people feel supported, to help people feel safe. So I do have a very wide network and lots of connections. So that is what I have been really leaning into, is that personal connection, just making sure that all those individuals out there on a personal level are getting the support that they need. Whereas that's layered onto the community element, which is always there, which is bringing lots of business owners together.
All three of you have really strong community elements in one way or another in your businesses. Have you seen, I'll ask you first of all, Lottie, have you seen that? Is it different in the current climate?
I think it's not different in a way that our messages were
kind
still
of same,
here.
Same but different.
It
I
is
suppose.
because we've created with our community a sense of continuity and normality. And if you come to the quiz, you're going to get exactly the same experience as you did before. When you walk in, you kind of like leave the outside world behind you. You know, you meet up with friends, you laugh. You can actually see the tension from people kind of leaving them as the quiz starts and they get into the trivia. So for us, you know, we're keeping that message of we're here, we're open, we're still the same. But when it comes to, it's very interesting what's happening in entertainment at the moment, because, you know, venues are kind of closing down some of their budgets. So some of the entertainers are unfortunately being laid off for the minute or on pause, or some entertainers are being asked to kind of take a pay cut at the minute. And, you know, you can see bars and restaurants, they're putting lots of deals out, 50% off, teach them crew, etc. So it's really important that the entertainers are still able to perform, because that's the way that they make their living. And with the quiz hosts, you know, what I'm doing right now is to ensure that, you know, the fees are protected, that they're getting the exactly same fee with us that they are usually. And that's really important to us, that we keep everything kind of the same and our entertainers aren't feeling the kind of crunch, as it were.
It's such a difficult time, particularly in an industry like yours, where maybe people aren't, you know, willing to gather as much as they were. Hopefully that changes soon. Grace, how do you turn? Obviously, you're very connected with the community as well. But how do you turn community into something that actively supports growth rather than just the engagement that you described with a book?
For us, we believe that Bookends is not Somia and Grace. Bookends is for every reader. And that was witnessed when we went through the floods in 2024. And we were scared that yesterday it was almost coming back, but last minute it was saved. When this happened, we had to close. We lost more than 14,000 books. We lost all our shelvings. And the way we came back is because of the community. And everyone gathered together. They came physically to help us. They came and they donated afterwards books. So they are connected to Bookends, and they always put in effort to support us in all means. And this is being seen now as well, because people are still buying books, and we have a good customers returns, the repeated customers. So you can see that there is a loyalty. The only thing is people are scared to leave their homes, so the store is a bit quieter than normally is. So this is the support that you are getting from the community.
But I spent yesterday buying sandbags, so I feel you. I can't believe 14,000 books. That's dreadful. Victoria, are you seeing more collaboration between businesses right now? And if you are, how does that look? In terms of community support collaboration. I mean.
Well, collaboration is always at the heart of what we do in the Small Retail Network, and it's something that's always a key focus for true collaboration. So rather than just saying that we're supporting each other, the goal is always for that support to be practical and it to be meaningful. So it's not just a case of working together on projects that will result in sales, but it's also the sharing of ideas, it's the sharing of support, it's the asking questions and getting answers from within the community. And it's using that collaborative approach rather than a competitive approach, which really helps everybody to grow, because everyone can then benefit from each other's experience and each other's ideas as well. Because what we've really found is, particularly at times like this when there's heightened stress, it can be sometimes easier to see a clear path for somebody else's business that you've got a slight distance from than it is your own, which obviously you're very close to, and it can be quite difficult to kind of see a path out. So what we found is we've shifted some of the regular sessions that we have from the normal schedule to ones that have just been more open discussion, brainstorming, sharing of ideas, and helping each other to see a clear path through. And it's that kind of collaboration that brings good results for everybody in the long term, but it's particularly needed right now when it can be really hard to think clearly and calmly when the pressure is on if you're not making the same sales that you would expect to, especially in a month like March, which is normally a really strong sales month. It's been Ramadan and Eid. It's been St. Patrick's Day, it's International Women's Day. There's lots of things in March that generally generate a lot of sales. It's usually a really healthy month for the retail industry, but this has obviously had quite an impact on customers' normal buying behaviour. So having the opportunity to talk with each other and truly collaborate on coming up with solutions and ideas has been really impactful.
Lottie, let me ask you the same question, but you mentioned entertainers, of course, who may have been asked to almost furlough in some instances. Things are kind of in that holding pattern. How are you seeing collaboration between entertainers? They know each other, they work together.
We're seeing to echo what Victoria said, we're seeing a real kind of rallying round with small businesses right now. And I was at one of my quizzes last week, and there was an entertainer who had just kind of been laid off, put on pause, as it were. And she was there, and she said, "I've come to celebrate the quiz, come to support you." And I thought, isn't that amazing? You've actually come to one of our events when yours have paused. And I think that's how we're showing solidarity to each other right now, to support each other in the events that are still running. But to talk about the small businesses that are rallying around each other. So we work with 11 small businesses, and they donate prizes for us for the quizzes.
Okay.
And for them, we kind of give them free marketing. So we'll feature them on the screens, we'll feature them on our Instagram, we'll talk about their businesses. And these are everything from kind of small yoga studios to salsa classes, free dentistry, there's home cleaning services, there's apps, things like that. And it's because I'm a startup myself, I formed Quiz Biz with just one host, which was myself. And we've grown to, a team of 18 now. I think it's really important to really help each other that are starting up in the same position that I was 2 years ago. And it's something we can really do. And it's fantastic to see that we're all supporting each other.
It is. I mean, I guess in your business, it's kind of a naturally networking style thing as well, isn't it? I mean, that must help.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
We all know each other. It's a very small industry, and we all face the same challenges. It's notoriously difficult in the entertainment industry here to kind of, the payments are a bit slow, things like that. So we're all kind of used to the same pitfalls. But then the highs are really high, It's a fantastic industry to be in.
No, it is when it works and when things are going well. No, I'm completely with you. We're talking to 3 business owners this morning on the show. Grace Kareem is the co-founder of Bookends. It's a community-driven platform that makes reading more accessible. Lottie Jones is the founder of QuizBiz, which is a live entertainment company. They do interactive quiz experiences online as well at the moment. And over Zoom, Victoria Myers is with us, founder of the Small Retailer Network, a platform that supports independent businesses with training, with mentorship and growth strategies. We're going to continue the conversation. I'm going to zero in with each of you with a few questions after the news. That is coming up. We will continue here at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
Good morning, it's 10:30 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. School transport concerns grow as UAE shifts between the online classes. Parents in the UAE are still adjusting to online schooling for their children amid regional unrest. One growing concern is the school transport. Some parents are choosing to cancel bus services for the next year. Others want to know if they can get refunds for payments already made. Schools in the UAE moved to online learning on March the 2nd after Iran's attacks on Gulf states, including the UAE, during the US-Israel-Iran conflict. Students returned to online classes again on March the 23rd after the spring break, and this will continue until April 6th. With uncertainty over when schools will fully reopen, many parents are rethinking transport plans. Parents are also waiting for clearer updates. UAE supermarkets are changing supply routes due to rising shipping costs linked to the Iran conflict. Retailers are using new land, air, and sea routes to keep supplies moving. They say they're working to keep food prices stable and shelves stocked. Disruption in key Gulf shipping lanes is causing delays and higher import costs. Supermarkets are also increasing focus on local products to reduce pressure on prices. BlackRock CEO Larry Fink has warned that oil reaching $150 a barrel could trigger a global recession. He told BBC that high oil prices linked to tensions with Iran could have serious global economic effects. Fink said there are two possible outcomes. One is a diplomatic deal that lowers oil prices. The other is continued conflict that keeps oil above $100 mark. This could lead to a sharp global recession. He added that it is still too early to judge the full impact of the Middle East conflict on energy markets and the world's economy. And now a quick market and currency update. Bitcoin today is trading at $71,205 and for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.57 Indian rupees, 75.95 and Pakistani rupees 33.37, Bangladeshi taka 16.32, Philippine peso 14.32, Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.92 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, it's the morning drive. We're talking to 3 business owners this morning. The question and the points we're trying to make around how UAE businesses are surviving right now, how they're doing, how is the sentiment, much more to discuss as well. It's coming up at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
It's a panel discussion we're having this morning on UAE businesses. Smaller businesses, probably. We think a lot about the big hitters in tourism and hospitality, etc. But talking to three business owners this morning, Grace Kareem is the co-founder of Bookends, Lottie Jones is with me, founder of QuizBiz, and Victoria Myers is with us on Zoom. She's the founder of the Small Retailer Network. Let me make sure I get this right. I want to turn to each of you and ask you a few questions specifically about you and your business, if that's okay. And I'm going to start with you, Grace, if I can turn to you for a moment. You're building, it's a long-term, it's a cultural movement, really, isn't it, with the 1 Million Books Challenge. How are you driving momentum early on in a climate where attention, particularly at the moment, attention is fragmented?
For us, we thought that our purpose is to encourage more reading in the era where everyone is on social media and away from actual books.
Yeah.
And for doing that, we are having all the time affordable books in the market, online and in our physical store. So we thought we want to do more of that for the community to come back together. So collectively, we launched that challenge, which just launched last month. And by December 2030, we want to reach 1 million books read in the UAE collectively. So the idea is very simple. You finish reading a book, you come to the website and you log it. I read a book.
Okay.
You read 2 books, you just come and log it. And that is there until December 2030. So we have 5 years to reach 1 million books. I think it's not optimistic, it's realistic. So I hope we will reach that.
How do you know people are reading the books? How do you check?
Because readers, I tell you what, readers, they respect a book. They're true to themselves. And we have also unmanned shelves across the whole UAE in collaboration with other businesses, hotels, coffee shops, and restaurants. And those are run based on honesty. And we hardly have any stock that is lost because readers, they respect the book, they pay for the book. We don't have any stealing as such. And that comes also with authenticity. So there is no point of cheating and log in 20 books when you read only one.
It's the cynic in me that asks that. But I respect that. I think it's a great idea. I love the idea of it because it's kind of it's low tech. It's kind of offline. You do it when you want to. Is that, with the way we are these days, we're also tech centric. Is that a real USP? Is that a strong selling point, do you think?
I think so, because people are getting back to authenticity. When we started Bookends 5 years ago, the idea was to be only online. We didn't have any intention of opening a physical store. In 2002, on a daily basis, people are asking, do you have a place where we can come and visit you? We want to touch the books, feel the books, smell the books. And we have lots of people who left their audiobooks and their Kindles to get back to actual books simply because books are affordable. So yes, we are not a high-tech business. We are very much low-tech because people are tired of being interrupted. They want a real me time. And when you are reading an actual book, you are having your me time because you're not being interrupted by any notification or a phone call or an email that is forcing you to put on hold your reading and then get back to the book. No, you are immersed in your reading.
Well, anything that forces you to concentrate on something for more than 20 seconds has got to be a good thing now. I can see in your eyes. What's your strategy? Because you can get people to participate. 1 million books in the 5 years or so is a nice idea. But you want sustained engagement, don't you?
Absolutely. And that comes with our posts, with our engagement with people, reminder all the time. It is on our homepage, so people, when they come to the website, immediately they can see it. And regular reminders, people coming to the store, we talk about it, and we can see people are excited to participate.
Lottie, let me turn to you. QuizBiz is built around, really built around live experiences, plus you now have the online experiences, of course. But how do you keep the consistency up and keep the attendance strong, particularly now?
Yeah, surprisingly, or maybe not surprisingly, we've seen actually more people attend the quizzes in person than we ever have before. And it's mainly because
they're looking for something.
Yeah, because maybe we're on distance learning now for the teachers. People are working from home a little bit more during this time. And when it comes to the evening, people are like, right, I think I'm ready to go out now. And, as long as we're providing the safe environment. So we've moved all of our quizzes indoor. We did have some that were outside. And we are also providing the online quizzes. And we're giving people the option, if you want to stay in and quiz, we're here. If you want to come out and quiz, we're here. But in our bigger venues, the ones that aren't in hotels where footfall is low, where occupancy is low for tourism, we're seeing our venues in the residential areas taking a real jump in numbers. We're getting like 100, 150 people all coming to the quizzes. So in one area of our business, we've really slowed down and we're on pause when it comes to our kind of venues that are in hotels for tourists. But then it's actually taught me that QuizBiz is actually probably 90% residents. Our community is 90% residents. And we're seeing more people than ever actually attend quiz nights because they are craving the normality. They want to meet up with friends. And and the venues are kind of catering for that.
It's kind of business as usual in lots of ways, isn't it? If you had to adjust, the formats or the formula or the offerings at all?
We haven't changed anything to do with the actual format of the quizzes because we wanted people to feel like everything is just continuing as normal.
Right.
What we have made a big change is we've cut our expenditure quite a bit. So we've cut our marketing budget. The things that I would call the luxuries that kind of add to our visibility as a business, we've made trimmings to that. So when it comes to social media ads, kind of some forms of PR, because our quizzes can actually run, we're only operating with them. So if we have the quizmaster and we have the customers, we're running like that. We're not running any additional things.
Right.
Because we are a small business and we have got to take care of our cash flow very carefully. So we can continue to pay the quiz hosts.
Cash flow is everything, isn't it?
Everything. And this is what, going back to the COVID times as well, it taught us then cash flow is everything. And then it's been nearly 6 years since COVID. And I think we kind of almost lull into a false sense of security. I think everything's fine, but cash flow is king. And that's something that I have completely learned.
It really is. It's the Godfather 3 thing, isn't it? Just when you thought you were out from COVID, you pull back into a similar situation. As you scale, you're looking to grow the business. What are your next moves to keep up, any momentum that you're building?
Well, we started with one quiz. So I am myself a quiz host. I'm a former teacher as well, but I'm a quiz host first of all. And I built the team based on people coming to me and saying, I love what you're doing. I'd like to be a quiz host as well. And we grew from 1 to 14 quiz hosts. And we started off with one quiz, and we were up to 24 quizzes across the Emirates. So we have 1 in Sharjah, we have 2 in Abu Dhabi, and the rest in Dubai. And the business plan is to keep on growing outwards and franchising the business model. So we want to go into the other GCC countries and beyond. And that is still the plan. It's just maybe on hold a little bit in this time.
It's in the holding pattern, I suppose, at the moment.
And we've also launched a physical game, a trivia game. And that came from kind of videos that we posted online going viral. And we call it the Nerd Herd Trivia Wars. And it's got millions of views all over the world right now. And people have been saying, is this something I can buy and play at home? And we thought we should make it. So it came from kind of customer demand. And we weren't going to launch it yet, but we were actually pushing the launch forward because, of course, people are staying in a little bit more. This game you can play inside at home. And we thought, let's bring the launch forward. And so we're actually going into e-commerce as well.
One question with quizzes, pub quizzes, the like. How do you make sure that people don't cheat, don't use the phone to do it? Because that's an ongoing saga.
So I used to do pen and paper quizzes, and I used to have to patrol in and out all the tables. And if I caught anyone cheating, it was a straight disqualification.
And the teacher came out. And,
I went straight back to the classroom,
Ruler, back of the neck.
Cheating, oh yeah.
Right, nice.
But we actually use an app which is called Speed Quizzing. It was developed in the UK and it's used worldwide. And speed quizzing has the function where you get points based on your speed. So if you answer super quickly, you get more points. And, it takes at least 5-6 seconds to Google the answer. And some people do still attempt that, but they're not going to get anywhere in the top 10 because it's all based on speed.
Right.
So we've actually got around that issue.
Okay, good. Victoria, over to you now. Thank you for staying with us. It's difficult when you're on Zoom to bring you into the conversation as much as I'd like to. Let me ask you a very simple, very direct question about mistakes that you're seeing in the people that you work with. What are you seeing at the moment that businesses might not be doing properly or correctly or right?
I think the biggest mistake I've seen a lot of brands make in the last few weeks is to just freeze entirely. And it's almost been a bit of a panic of not knowing what to do. And there's been quite a lot of concern from small business owners because they operate with such heart and their business means so much to them and their customers mean so much to them that they've had a real fear of marketing their business and their product for fear of being insensitive or offending or upsetting anybody. And that's really held them back from telling customers what it is that they've got to offer. So that's been something that I've been really working with the people in our community, but also elsewhere, just to try and encourage people to remember that the customers are still out there, they are still wanting to buy, and it's really important that small business owners do tell customers what they have available to buy. So that's been something that we've really been putting a lot of focus on, is almost giving permission to market your business, to promote your business, to operate as usual, because I think a lot of small business owners have really felt a little bit of pressure and nerves to actually continue in that way. So that's something that I've really been working on, because particularly that then becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you're concerned about slow sales and you're anxious about how customers will react, then you're not going to make any sales. And then it becomes, the longer it lasts, the harder it becomes to get back to it, to feel confident and comfortable doing your normal day-to-day work within the business. So that has been something that has been a bit of a challenge for a lot of small business owners. And it's something that I've been actively working on within the small retailer network community and within my wider network to really encourage people to make sure they are doing it, because customers not only want to buy, but they really need some of the things that small businesses are selling. So that has been something that I think of a lot of brands have unfortunately held themselves back a little bit during this time, and that has had an impact on their sales. But as people start to feel a little bit more of what they keep referring to as the new normal. People are starting to feel a little bit more comfortable now. Brands are now starting to feel, again, a little bit more comfortable to promote themselves and market themselves. But obviously, big brands, big companies are still doing the same thing that they've always done. They're still running their ads. They're still putting out their social content. Primark's still opening in Dubai Mall tomorrow. Like, big brands are continuing as normal. And it's encouraging small businesses to think in a big business way like that, and remember that they have a valid product that the customer wants to buy, and that they still need to make sure that they are marketing that product as much as possible, even during challenging times.
Yeah, it's the carrying on thing, isn't it? But it's difficult, isn't it? Particularly in a small business, if it's one or two of you, it's that initial hit, I guess, to confidence, and it's important to remember that, isn't it?
Absolutely. And obviously, as we've been going through the course of these last few weeks as well, for a lot of small business owners who maybe are doing everything or most things in their business themselves, if they've also got to layer on homeschooling challenges on top of that, then the literal juggle of managing their time becomes much more challenging. But I think one of the big things that has been holding them back has really been the mindset and being able to have the confidence to continue to promote their products and to promote their business during this time, as well as the technical and sort of logistical challenges of actually being able to operate as usual.
You mentioned a huge brand there, an international clothing brand, Primark, opening at Dubai Mall tomorrow. Let me ask you a little bit about competition. How can small businesses compete with the larger brand with these huge marketing budgets and, staged openings, the way they develop their business? When it's really uncertain, a small business in particular can't overextend itself. So how do you keep that competitive edge that you're trying to grow?
Well, I think it's really important to recognise that although obviously there are limitations, particularly in terms of budget for what small businesses can do versus big businesses, they can still use a lot of the techniques, a lot of the strategies that large businesses use. They just have to adapt them more to fit into their own business model. And that's what I do as part of the Small Retailer Network. We look for the ways to use the big business strategies and to adapt them for small businesses. So, but the other key thing to think about when it comes to big business versus small business is that small businesses actually have a lot of advantages over big businesses in terms of they have a lot more agility, they can be much more flexible, they can respond to customer needs and changing business environments much more quickly than large brands can, which is like turning a very large slow ship. There's a lot of layers of decision makers to go through before a large brand can change direction, whereas a small business, they can make decisions really quickly. They can really react to what customers want and need at any given time, and they can adapt and make changes. And in that way, they can be better able to meet the needs of customers during challenging times like this than some of the big brands. And as I said before, we've seen this in the way that they have really leaned into this connection with the UAE. The big brands aren't able to turn around new product quickly enough to get that onto the shelves in a way that small businesses are able to do. And so there are obviously limitations and challenges to competing with big brands, but actually if you look at it from a different way and look at the advantages that small business owners have, then that can be something that's really positive and helps small businesses to see the opportunities and to continue to grow even in challenging times.
Number of questions that I could direct to each of the three of you, and I'm going to ask you, Grace, first of all, do you see where we are now? Do you see it as a slowdown, or do you see this moment as a time to reflect, so maybe a moment of opportunity in business terms?
For every business, it is uncertain of what is tomorrow hiding for us. And we need to take this in consideration while we are trying to keep our normality in place. At the same time, you have expenditure that whether you're working, you're not working, you have to endure that. You have to have the cash flow to cover that in terms of rent and other fixed operation costs that you have to cater for, whether you're working or not. And for us, I would say that we are a community-based business, and we are very close to our customers, and we have a support from people. We've seen that before, and we are seeing it now as well. And as Victoria was saying, this is the differentiation we have, us being small versus the big brands. We are accessible. People talk to us on the phone. They reach us on WhatsApp. Immediately we answer. So we are showing that we are there for you, customers. And we are providing some normalities into the days of uncertainty. And hopefully, this will not going to last for a very long time, and sooner or later we're going back to our normal days. And we are here to stay. We're not here to give up no matter what. Since we started Bookends, we've been hit by a lot of downs. COVID was one of them. The floods was another one. Now another uncertainty. We don't know what tomorrow is hiding. So to me, those are expensive lessons of resilience and how we will come out of that. We'll look back, after a few months, we'll look back at it and we say, that was an expensive lesson.
Yeah, for sure. But you get through these things, don't you?
We have to. We cannot break.
Yeah. No, it's amazing what you can deal with if you face it. I mean, that's something you learn, I think. Lottie, let me ask you, what's a mindset shift that business owners need to make? Grace just mentioned the word resilience there. I'm going to use it again. You've got to be resilient at a time like now. But how do you adjust your thinking?
Absolutely. And, I'm relatively new to business. QuizBiz is under 3 years old. So everything is a learning process for me right now. And this is the takeaway. It's a good thing. It will help me grow better as the leader of a business. But for me, the mindset is that, we need to keep everything to be completely, continuous for all of our quiz guests. And it would just be to kind of keep pushing on. Remember the thing about saving for a rainy day, the cash flow, everything like that. And, it's a time where we are slowing down. It's a time for us to focus on other parts of the business as well. For example, I can now put some more time and energy into looking at franchising, things like that. So I think it's just about taking stock, fine-tuning the products that you have and the experiences that you're giving, and making sure that the whole team feel valued.
And keeping on.
Keep going.
Yeah. Okay. Victoria, let me ask you very directly, what's an opportunity right now that businesses might be overlooking in this current environment, this current climate?
I think small businesses, obviously at the moment, there has been a huge wave of support for small businesses across the UAE in the last few weeks. There has been, on every platform, every level, people are talking about the importance of supporting small business. And I think that this is a real opportunity now for a lot of small businesses to really secure that connection with the customers out there. People all across the UAE are putting their hands up and saying, small business is important to me. I want to shop with small business. So this is a huge opportunity for brands to really lean into that and listen, and to really highlight the fact that they are a small business and how they can benefit the customer from shopping with them. And there's been all these posts sharing online about tag a small business, and it's making sure that if you are tagged or people are sharing these posts, that you're actually using that information to connect with the people who are putting their hands up, and really using this opportunity to build community with customers who are already shopping with you, but also the customers who haven't yet bought but are interested and are looking for new ways to start shopping with small business and to show their support for the local businesses of the UAE.
So we've got a minute left. I want to ask you, and I'm going to ramble a bit so you can think about what I'm going to ask you next. The question is going to be your biggest piece of advice for businesses trying to stay strong right now, and you've got a sentence to answer this. So I'm going to come to each of you. I was going to offer you a paragraph, but time's just not permitting. So a sentence on being strong as a business in this current climate. Grace, first of all.
When you think of a book, think bookends first. We are here for you, no matter what.
It's a really good sentence. You clearly read a lot of books. Okay, Lottie, a sentence.
Protect your team, protect your community and staff, look after them, because, Dubai will bounce back, and it's a really crucial time to make everyone feel valued, and that we will continue strongly.
Positive message. I like it. Victoria, final words are yours today.
I would say, do not go through this alone. Find the community that was there to support you. There are lots of other people who are experiencing exactly the same as you. And if you work together and collaborate, then you will come out of this stronger.
Three of you, I really appreciate you coming in today. Grace Kareem's the co-founder of Bookends. Great to meet you. Appreciate your thoughts.
Nice to meet you too. Thank you for having us.
You're very welcome. Lottie Jones is the founder of QuizBiz. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
And Victoria Myers, founder of the Small Retailer Network. Thanks, Victoria.
Thank you so much for having me.
Appreciate you joining us. How UAE businesses are doing right now. The thoughts of three people running very different businesses. It's been a great conversation. Thank you all once again. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 11 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Preparations are in full swing at Maidan racecourses for the Dubai World Cup on March 28th, with top horses getting ready for the big race. Emirates news agency WAM reports Maidan is one of the main contenders after winning the Group 2 Al Maktoum Challenge on Super Saturday. His strong win after moving from turf to dirt has improved his chances even with tough competition ahead. The UAE is currently experiencing the Sarayat season, which, according to Khaleej Times, is a transitional spring period marked by unstable weather. Ibrahim Al-Jarwan from the Arab Union for Astronomy and Space Sciences said that this phase runs from mid-March to early May and brings increased atmospheric activity. It is typically associated with convective cloud formation, leading to thunderstorms, rainfall, lightning, and hail at times. An active spell is expected to continue until the March 27th. Authorities say unsettled conditions are likely to continue across the country this week as the Sarayat season remains in full effect. Diplomatic efforts to end the ongoing conflict in the Middle East was intensifying, with Pakistan emerging as a potential key mediator. Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif says Islamabad is ready to host and facilitate talks involving Iran and Israel and the U.S. This comes after U.S. President Donald Trump claimed Iran was in discussions to end the war, a claim Tehran has denied. Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif says that Pakistan is prepared to assist in achieving a comprehensive and peaceful resolution. As of 7:20 a.m. Japan time today, global oil prices are showing strong volatility with mixed moves across major benchmarks. WTI crude is around $88, up by about $4. Brent crude is around $104 to $105, up by about $4 to $5. Murban crude, which is UAE's, has fallen sharply to about $120, down by roughly $15, around 11%, which is the biggest move in the market. Russian Urals crude is near $89, up by about $7 to $8. OPEC basket is around $145, up slightly by about $2 today. Indian basket is near $157, up by about $7, which is around 5%. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our WhatsApp and Telegram. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
It's the morning drive on Mira Business FM. My name's Tim Elliott. Disruptions at energy sites, pressure on ports and airports. Global trade is facing strain on every front at the moment. So how are supply chains moving? How well are they moving? Joining me to discuss how logistics leaders are adapting to rising volatility across air, sea and land is Tobias Meyer. He's the CEO of DHL Global Forwarding in this region. Tobias, good to see you.
Thanks for having me, Tim.
I appreciate you coming in. I know you're busy. We've limited time with you, so I'll try and pack in as many questions as I can. First of all, how would you describe the level of disruption now across air, sea and road networks?
Well, the good news is supply chains are running. We have different levels of disruption, I think, per mode of transportation. Looking at air, for example, when we first got into this crisis, we had a disruption because airports were closed. The good news is that air, I think, is back online, as we say, and backlogs have been worked through. So there, things are actually running pretty well. On the ocean freight side of things, we have the Strait closure situation, which is building up certain pressures. On the good news is we have especially Gulf Hakan as an alternative port, which is taking a lot of the supply chains at the moment. So overall, supply chains are running, different levels of disruptions, but we keep going.
You took the helm at DHL in late last year, is that right? So, just really as the crisis kind of began to escalate, we began to be aware of it. First of all, what a welcome to a new role, of course. Has there ever been a time when both primary air and sea gateways in the Gulf were simultaneously strained like this? And what does it mean operationally when energy sites and ports and airports are all under threat at essentially the same time?
Well,
I can see from your...
I'm pretty new in the role, but
Sure.
the good news is I'm 10 years in the region, so I know the region pretty well. And the good thing is DHL is in the region operating since 5 decades. So we have seen a lot in the last 5 years. I think most notably was, for example, COVID, which I think was an event not so dissimilar to what we see at the moment, especially when it comes to air freight. Overall, I think as DHL Global Forwarding, we always try to stay on top of things. It's very, very important that we keep everybody informed of what's happening, the options we have at hand, trying to orchestrate that the cargo finds its way to flow. And with our 5 years experience here in the Middle East, I think we are very well positioned to handle the current situation.
I mean, some commercial shipping, it effectively is postponed, isn't it? So you've had to pivot. So you mentioned Call for Can, but there's also Soha, I suppose. Are they the emergency kind of gateways, if you like?
Yeah, you have Sohar, you have also Fujairah, you also have Salalah further south. Salalah is actually a pretty big port, has some capacity. The disadvantage is the distance to Dubai, it's 1,200 plus kilometers. We also have what we call the Western Gateway in the Red Sea. So you have the port of Jeddah, you have King Abdullah, you have Yanbu, you have Yazan. So there are options available, just some are much closer, which makes it easier. Some are further distant.
In terms of risk surcharges, I've heard, and I don't know, how much of a basis there is in truth of this, but I've heard of surcharges of $800 to $2,000 a container. What can you do, or are you doing, to help small to medium businesses, the SMEs in the region, absorb these kinds of costs? I don't know if you can confirm or deny those costs, if you like, without having to pass it on to consumers.
So it's true that the carrier have imposed certain surcharges, and that's typically to take into account for cost of the vessels, not being able to discharge cargo, insurance premiums, etc. So there is real cost behind. We are doing the utmost to help, but of course we are the middleman in between. So if carrier impose the charges, ultimately there's limited options we have as the forwarder in the middle.
It's just the way it is at the moment, I guess. The UAE airport's under considerable pressure, limited operations at the moment, but it's beginning, the backlog is clearing, of course. To what extent has the Riyadh and the Muscat pivot, if you like, conserved the regional air cargo network?
Actually, it's a very good point. So Muscat is currently operating at double of what they normally operate. So Riyadh and Muscat have taken a lot of load, and they have helped us to manage the situation pretty well. So what we're doing a lot is that we fly much more into Riyadh and Muscat and then truck it to the end destinations, because certain airspaces have been restricted, certain airspaces have been closed across the Gulf the entire time. However, because of that flexibility in the network, we have been able to serve everybody, and as I said earlier, pretty much worked through all the backlogs and are pretty much online.
I mean, I'm listening to you, and my observation is kind of that supply chains react. Not seamlessly is the wrong word, but it seems as though things kick into gear and there are multiple transport modes activated when you get this kind of immediate disruption. I guess the COVID experience has contributed a great deal to that.
I think COVID definitely helped because we very quickly got all together. We always say in normal times, trade is like water. It will find its way to flow through. And I think it's also true in this crisis that we see supply chains adapt very quickly, very fast, and it finds its way.
What are the first moves that you make as a logistic company when volatility spikes across a whole network in a region like this?
I mean, the first thing we did, and most importantly, it's a bit like in a plane, right? So in an emergency, first you look after your own people. Have your own people, everybody safe, everybody accounted for, which luckily till today we can say for all of DHL in this region. Then secondly, what was very important is to get the whole global network, all our players together so that everybody's informed of what is happening, what is possible, where do we have certain limitations. And we did have daily calls with my global board colleagues, with the whole network across the world, because we have 200 plus countries and territories we serve, and everybody needs to know if they send cargo into this region, what does it mean, how do we do it, what are the best options at hand. And then also very importantly, we very quickly started informing all our customers. So we had the crisis start on Saturday, 28th. Monday the 2nd in the morning, we had our first webinar where we organized a session across all DHL divisions to inform our customers of what is happening, what can you do, and we kept that webinar on a daily basis and a very regular basis to ensure everybody knows exactly what is possible, what is not possible, where they have to expect certain delays, and it has been quite an intense time.
So communication, as much as moving stuff about, communication is really, really important.
It's essential. I think it's one of the key essential success factors in this current times.
How do you maintain continuity when both infrastructure and routes are, unpredictable?
Well, you always have what we call BCPs, business continuity plans.
Right.
So we have a business continuity plan, and we typically have a second or third one because we know your first plan B can also become plan C and plan D. Perhaps a bit like in Formula One, when you look at the strategies they have for tires, you need to be prepared for anything which happens.
So you got your slicks and your wets and all that.
Everything.
Which of the sectors what sectors are most exposed at the moment? Is it energy, food, manufacturing, pharma?
I think every sector is impacted because the Middle East is a global logistics hub, right? So I think there is clearly all sectors being impacted. What we can say in general is that food, perishables, and pharmaceuticals have currently priority. It's, again, keeping everybody safe, keeping food supplies reliable is of importance, and that's understood by all the players in the market.
What about disruptions to energy infrastructure? How does that feed into broader logistics challenges for you?
I think the one topic which I think we all have seen and heard about is, of course, the impact it has on fuel price and oil prices, which is a key factor for us in terms of the costing we have on supply chains. So there is currently, for sure, a certain impact, and it will continue to impact the whole logistics world, I think, on a global basis.
I feel as though I'm firing loads of questions at you, Tobias, and I don't mean to. I'm just aware that you have limited time. Obviously, you're busy at the moment. Can I ask you about the Oman to UAE corridor? Just how congested is the border right now, and what have you been doing with customs authorities to create, green lanes for the perishables that you've mentioned?
Yeah, you're talking about the green corridor. So I think overall authorities across the Middle East have been amazing in how quickly they have adopted and simplified a lot of the regulations. So typically, looking back 3 weeks ago, if you would bring cargo via Oman into the UAE, you would have first to import the cargo into Oman. Technically, if you don't have an entity there, it's not so easy. Then you would have to do an export from the Oman to the UAE. So it's a lot of paperwork needed, extra cost, complication. That was massively simplified. Now we can just do a transit clearance. So pretty much it arrives in Oman. We do one piece of paper which says that cargo actually goes to the UAE, and we can very smoothly transition it. The borders are so far working very well. There is no congestions at the moment, so all is flowing as it is supposed to flow.
That's good to hear. What about costs? Let's come back to that just briefly in terms of fuel, in terms of insurance and freight rates. How would you characterize the impact on your customers?
Well, I think the reality is it's very dynamic at the moment, and of course the fuel prices going up will put pressure on the cost. Unfortunately, it's very hard to say at the moment how that will pan out in the mid to long term. Short term, I think we all feel the fuel price and the oil price. We see it. I think we hear it from Europe in terms of what fuel prices on the petrol stations
constant,
look like,
isn't it?
and our trucks and planes and ships have to fuel as well. Yeah. So there will be cost pressures coming, and that is at this point of time unavoidable.
I mentioned that you're fairly new in the role, 10 years in the Middle East. So you come from a CFO background, don't you? A financial background. How has that experience and your focus on, as a CFO, financial transparency, if you like, helped you manage a situation where you've got this flux, this kind of unknown, this uncertainty when it comes to shipping rates and fuel surcharges? How does it colour your view, if you like?
I think the one thing, and I think that's perhaps one description of it, is when we started the crisis, it was all about immediate action, safety of people, informing customers, getting on top of the situation. But then we have started moving into a more structured, more organized way of working, right? Because you can only manage the crisis so long in that way. So we set up dedicated teams to help manage the current situation. For example, all the ground land transportation. We have now a dedicated team of 50 people helping us to optimize all the flows from the port across the entire GCC as one combined network, which typically countries have been working more on their own, but we can't do that in the moment. So having a CFO experience, you always try to have a certain structure. Numbers come naturally very easy to you. I mean, I look at the numbers, I understand typically what it means.
Right.
That helps a lot. And then, of course, also helps perhaps to have, some confidence that the situation will pass. I think as I said before, we have worked through COVID. We've seen what happened there, and again, we are very confident that we will get through this period as well.
And in terms of, I guess, the business, if you like, it must give you a clarity, does it, with your kind of number crunching ability, if you like?
Well, it gives me the clarity, and perhaps one other point, and that's perhaps an important point and message, which was for the team. So we announced our annual results early March, 7 days or so into the crisis. And our group CEO has reconfirmed that the investment announcement we had made last year, that we want to invest 500 million into this region, has been reaffirmed. So I think it's very, very good to see the financial backing of the company, to see that we still believe this is the place to be, where future growth will happen. So overall, I think I'm filled with confidence.
It's a positive message. I mean, the one thing that we know, and this is being reinforced, I think, regularly, for good reason, is that there's a resilience, I think, in the Middle East. There has to be, historically, of course. But as a logistics hub, under this level of pressure, that adds a level of confidence, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. And as you say, I think our people here have worked through various crises. And I think if they have one thing, it's really resilience.
Final question for you. Once this conflict stabilizes, do you think the Gulf will go back to its kind of just-in-time model, or will we see a more permanent shift to a high inventory, the just-in-case logistics model, if you like? Will that become a new normal? Can you comment on that?
I mean, again, I can go back in history 5 years ago. Everybody was talking about more resilient supply chains. And if we are honest and look back, end of the day, supply chain will always be about cost per unit. We have a very strong infrastructure in this part of the world. We have the geographical advantage being between Asia, Africa, and Europe, which are the three key regions in the world. So I believe that the Middle East will go back to the role it played before the crisis, just because the infrastructure, the whole network which has been established here will be more efficient than any other models I could think of.
Tobias Meyer is the CEO of DHL Global Forwarding, MEA. I appreciate your time. I know you're busy this morning, but thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Tim.
You're very welcome. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio. Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
On the morning drive now, taking a closer look at the state of freelancing in the UAE, how it's evolving, how Ramadan impacts the workflow and the productivity, and what it really takes to build a sustainable, independent career here. So, to give it a little bit of context, the UAE it's the morning drive here at Mira Business FM. The effect that tensions in the Middle East have on travel, energy, and business, what should companies do or be beginning to do now? Tensions are certainly heightened, and the impact's being felt around the world. Gulf airspace closures are forcing airlines to reroute or cancel flights, disrupting corporate travel plans. Costs are increasing, of course. Energy markets reacting this morning as well. Companies with staff and operations in the region are reassessing their risk exposures. So for business leaders, it's no longer just a geopolitical headline, it's a real-time operational challenge. From employee safety to supply chain stability, the questions are urgent, the stakes are certainly higher. My next guest is Scott Wilcox, Senior Advisor in Risk and Decision Support. Scott's the founder of Securo Group, and he works day to day with organizations operating in high-risk environments to help them prepare for and respond to crises. Scott, good to see you again. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thanks, Tim. Nice to be back. I wish it were for something nicer to talk about, but here we are.
Well, it's the situation that we're confronted with, unfortunately. Let me start, Scott, with the airspace closures that I mentioned briefly there. How is that, disrupting travel, but also corporate travel as well at the moment? What's your assessment?
So the statistics are that there are over 400,000 stranded or backlog travelers right now globally. Many of those would ordinarily route through the region, and that backlog will continue to back up until business as usual resumes. The rerouting is a temporary measure. In our region, Saudi and Oman is bearing the brunt of that, but the knock on is as you say, is the rerouting of those flights around the affected region, which adds to fuel and causes extended journeys or extended flight time.
And the associated increased insurance costs, etc., of course, as well. We know that in terms of, we had just had in the news there that tourists, the UAE government are stepping in to try and help people who are stranded. The million-dollar question, I suppose, is, from your point of view, and you advise people on situations like this kind of day to day, what should businesses be doing to protect staff and also to protect assets? What do you need to be doing when volatility is as high as we've seen?
Yeah, so Tim, most of this needs to be done in advance. Trying to contain or prepare during a crisis is not the best time, So what we always try to advocate, even now, is, despite what's happened, now think about, as we enter further stages, what your business needs to be doing to be able to stand back up or to get to some kind of minimal operating baseline. So on the corporate side, that's one thing. With the staff and those that are impacted, what we'd like to see is consistent communication and some robust leadership. There must be a plan, and that needs to be communicated through in an effective way so that people can understand and start to see that the business is taking care of them. The duty of care aspect is there. Monitoring the situation in case there's further deterioration, and again, having already communicated what we're going to do in anticipation of. Okay.
Let's talk about the planning then, because clearly it's a fail to plan to fail situation, I suppose, to coin that slightly corny phrase, Scott. But how do organizations plan for black swan geopolitical events like this? There was, in theory, some advance warning that something might be about to happen, but where does the planning actually begin?
Yeah, sure. So look, you can't predict for the black swan. What you can do is build good teams that can react and respond in hours and days as opposed to weeks, and that really is the albeit secret sauce. Yes, the indicators were there of disruption. We've had incidents, albeit they small and sporadic, that have impacted the region since October 7th in this current cycle to 2023. So we're a couple of years into it, and we've seen what and how Iran responds to to these type of attacks or to these type of incidents. So the indicators as to what might happen were already there. Building resilience into that and baking in, shall we say, your response mechanisms of at which stage would I look to return or to cancel inbound visits to the region as the both the rhetoric or the risk rises, and then really gaming through that. But this thing of planning is one thing. The preparedness and testing and trying out and running through those scenarios, the what ifs and the big what ifs. If our airspace closes, or we have what we have today, where all air is grounded and our land routes in and out are our only way, what does that do to business as usual? If I have staff and their welfare, they need to, majority of us being expats, how do I get those staff home? What does reassurance look like at the corporate level through to my staff and to their families, all the way down to their children? And taking time to look and to exercise those scenarios, including making sure that we're looking at more than one thing at one time, not just in isolation. If the airspace closes, but if our neighbouring airspace closes or a border closes, then what and so what? All the way to what shelter in place actually looks like today, and having gone through and again practice that both in a corporate setting and at home. We have to do our very best to extend that duty of care out of the office, if we like, all the way through to the family.
Scott, how will this escalation ripple through energy markets and supply chains? We've been through the initial shock surprise. How do you see that moving forwards?
It's already happening. We've seen the insurance markets have begun to react. The fuel and the energy markets are reacting. When it comes to supply chain, I think people don't like to think about going short of supplies. It happened during COVID. We saw how well the UAE responded to that in particular, and other countries too. And I think these are good indicators of the resilience of the region and how we do have the experience. It's not that long ago, behind us, 4 or 5 years, shall we say, where it really was truly unprecedented. The cause of an incident could be one thing, but the knock-on on those ripple effects are oftentimes not too dissimilar from event to event. And so I think, again, the businesses and the individuals that were involved and came through COVID well and responded very well to the incidents last year, and post October 7th are the teams that will do well today.
What lessons specifically from past crises, and COVID is obviously the most recent example, but what lessons can leaders apply today to keep that resilience?
Yeah. Again, the rehearsal is the biggest test. Knowing what you've got as you.
Good morning, it's 11:30 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. School transport concerns grow as UAE shifts between the online classes. Parents in the UAE are still adjusting to online schooling for their children amid the regional unrest. One growing concern is the school transport. Some parents are choosing to cancel bus services for the next year. Others want to know if they can get refunds for payments already made. Schools in the UAE moved to online learning on the 2nd of March, and this is to continue until the 6th of April. With uncertainty over when schools will fully reopen, many parents are rethinking transport plans. Parents are also waiting for clearer updates. UAE supermarkets are changing supply routes due to rising shipping costs linked to the Iran conflict. Retailers are using new land, air, and sea routes to keep supplies moving. They say they're working to keep food prices stable and shelves stocked. Disruption in key Gulf shipping lanes is causing delays and higher import costs. Supermarkets are also increasing focus on local products to reduce pressure on prices. BlackRock CEO Larry Fink has warned that oil reaching $150 a barrel could trigger a global recession. He told the BBC that high oil prices linked to tensions with Iran could have serious global economic effects. Fink said there are two possible outcomes. One is a diplomatic deal that lowers oil prices. The other is continued conflict that keeps oil above $100 mark. This could lead to a sharp global recession. He added that it is still too early to judge the full impact of the Middle East conflict on energy markets and the world's economy. And now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin today is trading at $71,061. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.57 Indian rupees, 75.95 Pakistani rupees, 33.37 Bangladeshi taka, 16.32 Philippine peso, 14.32 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.92 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
It's the morning drive. The UAE is warning residents about the growing threat of misleading videos created using AI. In fact, the UAE Cybersecurity Council has warned the public about the growing spread of artificial intelligence generated videos that can appear highly realistic, potentially misleading. That's in an official circular. So the UAE authorities say some clips circulating online may look real, but could be altered or entirely AI generated. They are urging people to verify content and rely on official sources before sharing. That's something we've seen a great deal of, particularly over the last week or so. Now, as deepfake technology becomes more sophisticated, the risks range from spreading misinformation to damaging reputations and even influencing public perception during sensitive times. So that's our next discussion. Our guest is AI expert Vasudha Kandapaka, who joins us now. Vasudha, good to have you back on the show.
Thanks for having me again, Tim. It's my pleasure to be here.
Good to see you. What exactly are AI-generated deepfake videos, Vasudha? And can you give us an idea, some context as to how convincing, just how successful, if you like, these kind of deepfakes, these videos have become today?
So I think everyone's used to computer-generated images, videos. We've all seen Godzilla wreaking havoc or Avengers saving New York City. What's happened today is where this was typically the forte of certain very, very well qualified and well set up graphics and image production companies. It's now something that's available to everybody, to you, me, anyone who's listening in. We've got artificial intelligence algorithms, programs, which we can all log into, and we can ask it to generate an image, a video, even music, which speaks to certain themes or follows certain specific storylines. So anybody over here can now generate a video. All of this is generated through an algorithm which is trained on multiple images, multiple videos, multiple music themes. This now puts the power of generating content or generating something which is fundamentally larger than life, fundamentally untrue, in the hands of anyone. And what's happened is, as times evolve, we've all seen the advent and the improvements that have come in large language models, which we use to, say, help write our emails, help draft content across multiple themes. What's now happened is the same improvements have also come in image and video generation. So anybody can now replicate facial expressions, voice patterns, movements in a very, very realistic and convincing manner. And, to anyone who's even tuning into a sports event, we all know that the banners that are put on the fields, for example, are superimposed, are generated. Now what's happening is technology has moved to the extent where you can even change the banners on players' t-shirts. So if it's moving to the extent where you're watching a real live sports game and the advertiser or the person who's sponsoring the team is changing, that gives you an idea as to how much this technology has evolved. It's become so real that it's quite difficult to differentiate between what is actual real live content that's been shot through traditional means or through a video camera and what's actually now generated using a computer program. It was very easy previously because all of the larger than life you knew was restricted to a cinema screen, whereas now it's available on any device that you choose to consume this content on.
It's interesting this because it's hence why the authorities are increasingly concerned about how AI generated videos can be misleading, and it's really changed that phrase documented proof, hasn't it?
Absolutely. It's now proof is something that you have to consciously ask for. And Tim, you're absolutely right. Before, when we used to read an article, watch news on TV, listen to the news on the radio, we knew that it was vetted. We knew that it was the same thing coming across multiple sources. And we almost took that validation and the vetting process as something that was a given. Now that we're receiving the content in a much faster manner, because we're not used to vetting it, that entire process has just gone out the window. It's something that we have to ask ourselves, and it's a conscious decision that we have to make. That is something even authorities are concerned about. The information is hitting us at a speed which was previously unknown and completely just not there. Today, everybody has a screen. You see a video, and you've hit forward before you've actually even questioned whether that is true or it's not. If in a light-hearted manner, you've shared a meme with your friends, but in an extreme case, as in the times that we're in today, we don't really stop, think, question as to, is this real? Is this something that I'm seeing from other sources? Am I hearing this elsewhere as well? And as a result, misinformation spreads very, very quickly. And that's the key risk that all authorities are worried about. Misinformation is there, and yes, it can be corrected if it's limited to a set of few. But the minute it starts spreading, containment then becomes a bigger problem.
Well, containment is practically impossible, isn't it? Once it's out there, I guess it's out there. And the issue is, as you pointed out in your answer to the first question, Vasudha, it's so easy. This is technology available to us all, and it's technology that's come available to us all in hyper speed, really. It's literally the last few years.
Absolutely. And a lot of this technology is used for good. I mean, we all sort of, generate lesson contents. I'm sure our teachers who are, sending content to kids for homeschooling are using this. You and I have probably used this, in the past 12 hours for work-related matters. So yes, we are using it for good as well. But what we need to realize is in some instances, there are actors and there are players who are using it to sort of gain something for themselves, which is not ideal. We have to stop and question, where is this coming from? If it's only coming from one source, is it valid? Is it not valid? We need to realize that it's no longer sort of large studios, specialized equipment. All you need is, a laptop, some internet connectivity, or even a phone and connectivity to be able to generate any one of these videos and share them to anyone. The barrier of entry is really, really low. And the ability to create convincing videos or convincing graphic images has become very easy. What we haven't quite caught up to is the habit of validating and verifying information. And that is something that in times like these becomes even more important. We really need to make sure that when we are consuming content, we stop to check whether it is, we always say too good to be true, but in this instance, is it true? Is it too, is it sort of too hyper realistic, or is it, too scary, or is it something that's actually happened?
It's easy, isn't it, or we should be encouraging a higher level of skepticism towards the things that we see on social media, so that we do question that little bit more. I mean, I love the AI videos of the orangutans or the gorillas or the buttered monkeys or whatever it is as much as the next person, but I am very aware that that's AI generated. But I guess there are different levels of awareness. So, encouraging that level of skepticism is something we should be doing. Not everything that is there is true, so that we can start to learn to distinguish. But what are some of the warning signs that, a video online might be manipulated, Vasudha, or AI generated?
There are subtle cues. I think the disadvantage that we're at is that this technology, as both you and I have recognized, has improved rapidly, and it's become so good that identifying something that's created by this technology has become a lot harder. A lot of the social media platforms, government authorities are doing their work, but when it comes to us as consumers, there's very small, very visual cues. The first, as I've said, is just stop, think, question. Is if this is the only place where I'm seeing this, and this is something which looks like it could go viral very quickly, then is it really true? There's also other visual cues. Look at not just the main focus point of the image. Look at what's behind. Distorted edges. Usually the background isn't given as much importance and as much focus as what's in the foreground. That sort of gives a very easy clue into the fact that, hey, this doesn't look like it could be real. People could blink in a different manner. Look at, things like, even basic things like numbers of fingers, how watch hands are coming up, how voices are coming. When we speak, whether it's intentional or unintentional, there's intonations in our voice. There's a lot of enunciation. There is some feeling that always goes in, irrespective of whether we want it there or not. That is something that AI hasn't quite caught up to. So even when you listen to a news prompt which has been spoken out by AI, you know that it's flat, and you know that it's potentially generated by AI. Now, again, this technology has improved, so just pure sort of visual cues itself may not be enough. Validating the source of the content, so who's sharing this information? Has it come from a government or an authoritative portal? Has it come from somebody who's known for validating information before they publish it? Those start becoming as important as, sort of picking apart the video or picking apart the audio. We also need to question the very source of the content in itself.
How can everyday social media users verify whether a video is real before sharing it? I mean, what kind of process do you need to follow if you are aware that something may not be on the level?
The quickest way, I'd say, is just pause, stop, and think for a minute. Is this something that's really shocking? Is this something that's dramatic? And again, who's sharing it? Has this come from an official source? Is this individual or organization known for validating and vetting their information? Has it come from an established news outlet? And are all of the news outlets sharing the same information? This is something that, I'd send to my kids as well. I mean, my daughter loves her Sephora, and I say, hey, don't just check the brand page for whether or not it's good for you. Go check from other people, check the reviews, see if it's something that works for you. And that's the same thing in a much more significant and serious way that needs to be applied here. Where is the information coming from? Is it coming from a source that wants us to believe this, or is it a source that's providing us a balanced view of the state of affairs? The most powerful defense that we have against all of this misleading content isn't the ability to vet whether it's from a valid source, whether it's AI generated. It's us as humans, our ability to think critically. That is what will help us stop and pause and think about whether content is actually real, whether it's true. And that's what's going to help us prevent resharing information that's potentially incorrect.
Your daughter, the example of your daughter there and her love for Sephora is a really good point, actually, because in the end, if you're encouraging her to look at reviews and to look at, to do her research, you're encouraging inquisitiveness there, aren't you? You're encouraging her to look a bit beyond, to try to, examine, which is only a good life skill, I guess. The other side to this, Vasudha, is the role that social media platforms play in detecting or maybe limiting AI-generated content, or even as far as misinformation.
Absolutely. As consumers, we can do our bit, but the platform owners, the organizations which are enabling these systems and enabling us to share all of this information and consume this information are equally responsible, and they're also equally invested in it. A lot of these platforms have invested in AI tools that can detect whether content has been manipulated, whether it's been created and then modified, whether it's something as simple as an Adobe Photoshop job, or whether something has been created in a much more significant manner. There's also warning labels, which I think a lot of people might have seen on videos that they're consuming from social media. You can report something as fake as well. Now, technology that's used to create these is also evolving rapidly, and the checking mechanisms are evolving as well. So it is an ongoing challenge because it's almost a cat and mouse game over here at this point. Technology is evolving. People who want to use these to potentially generate harmful content are also sort of moving instead. You know what the social media platforms are doing. So the last mile, the last point and check, unfortunately or fortunately, rests with us as consumers. We have to make sure that when we are consuming something, we are checking it. All of the pre-checks are done, and then the content is there in front of you. Is it something that you want to accept as is, or are you always going to question what is in front of you?
Do you think from a regulatory perspective that we need more policies or safeguards around AI-generated media? Is that something you'd like to see more regulation, at least attempting to cover?
I think that is something that's quite likely to come, particularly in this region as well as globally. Now we're seeing some safeguards and some rails around the age at which individuals can be exposed to such content and start using social media. A lot of countries have come up with age limits. Now, regulation focused on transparency, accountability, I think is definitely something that's likely to come into place quite soon. I think there will also potentially be regulation that requires AI-generated content to be labeled as such, as we've seen, social media advertisements requiring specific hashtags. That also then gets followed with penalties if, individuals are sharing information that is incorrect, and also a mandate for platforms to respond quickly and remove content if it's harmful. The goal will always be to protect both the platform as well as the public without stopping any innovation. And I think that's what we're seeing even today, where the government is saying, don't share incorrect information. They're not stopping anyone over here in the UAE from sharing, useful content around, services that might be available to individuals. The goal is very much don't share any content which is incorrect or generated. Rely on official sources and share the information coming from those official sources.
Yeah, there is a balance to strike, isn't there, between regulation and that encouragement of innovation. Can I ask you? I mean, given what we've seen over the last 5 days, how you feel that businesses and organisations, in particular, prepare for reputational risks linked to AI-generated content? The backdrop, I mean, being what we've seen recently, this heightened sense of tension.
I think it goes back to that planning process that all businesses are following, and the risk from AI, the risk from deepfake content and generated content is a very key part in all crisis planning at the moment. Communications teams, marketing teams, risk teams are monitoring social media a lot more closely. They're thinking about how they would respond, how the brand messaging or executive messaging needs to be, and how it appears online. So it's not just appearing online in terms of the message that the business wants to put out. We're also trying to ensure that when we are putting out a message, it isn't something that can be manipulated as easily into fake or generated content. There's also a lot more presence that you'll see that businesses have on social media from a responsiveness perspective. So everyone's able to provide quick clarification from a trusted source. And that's becoming very, very important in crisis and reputation management in today's era.
Vasudha, if you had to set out a responsibility for AI-generated content plan going forward for I guess content creators and companies, what would it look like?
The plan always needs to be centered around what the content is, why the content is being generated, and how people are going to consume it. And again, who it's aimed at as well. So there are certain guardrails that always need to be put in around if this content can be consumed by vulnerable individuals, how are we going to protect them? What needs to be there as set ground rules? Like, why are you actually generating this content? Is it something that you're doing to serve yourself? As in, are you looking for virality? Are you looking for more followers? Is that why you're generating this content? Then you also need to look at, or are you just trying to help people? Where are you sharing this? If it is information that is helpful, if it is information that is going to sort of start helping other individuals, you'd share that in a much more personal manner. It wouldn't be something that sort of appears on social media. So what are the channels through which this information is shared? And again, in times, who is the ultimate governance, or who is the ultimate mechanism around which all of these points of information are, sort of check marked or tick box to say, yes, this is correct and this is not correct. Who ultimately holds the pen on that? That is a key question that will need to be answered as well.
Final question for you, kind of in two parts, really. How important is public awareness and digital literacy when it comes to tackling the spread of AI-generated misinformation? And what advice, real practical advice, would you give anybody watching or listening to this if they encounter, shocking or viral video content before thinking of sharing?
I'd say key is awareness. AI isn't going away. Digital literacy is as important as, literacy across it's I'd say where we used to say reading, writing, arithmetic. AI and digital technology literacy is equally important. Everyone needs to realize that synthetic media generated content isn't just something that's now restricted to the movie screens. It's online, it's available, it's something that we've probably consumed in the last 24 hours. So the advice sort of goes hand in hand with that. It's slow down. The reason why that generated content is there on movie screens is to generate an emotion, is to generate that feeling of awe. And that's the same here as well. If something evokes a response which makes you feel shocked, angry, or emotional, that's how memes are. They make you laugh, they make you happy and you want to share that with people, that's almost where you need to pause. You need to check the source, you need to question, you need to be able to activate that critical thinking. That small pause in checking and validating information can often be the most critical step in preventing any sort of misinformation from spreading.
Masuda Kandapaka is an AI expert. Always appreciate your analysis, your expert input, Masuda. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Tim, for having me. It was my pleasure.
This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good afternoon. It's 12 p.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Preparations are in full swing at Maidan Racecourses for the Dubai World Cup on March 28th, with top horses getting ready for the big race. According to Emirates news agency WAM, Maidan is one of the main contenders after winning the Group 2 Al Maktoum Challenge on a Super Saturday. His strong win after moving from turf to dirt has improved his chances, even with tough competition ahead. The UAE is currently experiencing the Sarayat season, which according to Khaleej Times is a transitional spring period marked by unstable weather. Ibrahim Al-Jorwan from the Arab Union for Astronomy and Space Sciences said this phase runs from mid-March to early May and brings increased atmospheric activity. It is typically associated with convective cloud formation, leading to thunderstorms, rainfall, lightning, and hail at times. An active spell is expected to continue until March the 27th. Authorities say unsettled conditions are likely to continue across the country this week as the Sarayat season remains in full effect. Diplomatic efforts to end the ongoing conflict in the Middle East are intensifying, with Pakistan emerging as a potential key mediator. Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif says Islamabad is ready to host and facilitate talks involving Iran, Israel, and the U.S. This comes after U.S. President Donald Trump claimed Iran was in discussions to end the war, a claim Tehran has denied. Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif says that Pakistan is prepared to assist in achieving a comprehensive and peaceful resolution. As of 7:20 a.m. Japan time today, global oil prices are showing strong volatility with mixed moves across major benchmarks. WTI crude is around $88, up by about $4, which is 4%. Brent crude is around $104 to $105, up by about $4 to $5. Murban crude, which is UAE's, has fallen sharply to about $120, down by roughly $15, which is the biggest move in the market. Russian Urals crude is near $89, up by about $7 to $8. OPEC basket is around $145, up slightly by about $2, which is around 2%. And Indian basket is near $157, up by about $7 accordingly, which is 5%. Now, that's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good afternoon and welcome to Midday Majlis with myself, Sahar Mushtaq, on Mira Business FM, where conversations connect and ideas come alive right at midday. Before we dive in, remember that you can catch us live on YouTube, Rumble, Facebook, Telegram, and our podcast is available on all your favorite platforms. Today on Midday Majlis, we're discussing an important and timely topic, which is around student safety in the digital learning space. The UAE is urging stronger digital discipline among students during remote learning period, and the guidance comes as schools continue to balance in-person and the online learning environments where students are spending more time on digital platforms for classes, assignments, and of course, communication. So while the remote learning offers flexibility and access to education, it also raises concerns around online safety, screen time management, cyber risks, and student behavior in virtual classrooms. And this is something that has placed a greater responsibility on schools, parents, and safeguarding teams to ensure that students remain protected even outside the traditional classroom setting. And so today on Midday Majlis here on Mira Business FM, we will explore what digital discipline really means, what risks students are facing, and how schools and families can work together to create a safer online learning environment. And to help us understand this better, we're joined by Sajid Khan, who is the founder and group CEO, Elite Group Safeguarding Specialist here in the GCC with years of experience from the UK. He's currently joining us from Riyadh. He has worked extensively in student protection, online safety frameworks, and school safeguarding systems. And today, he will shed light on this very important and evolving topic. We're so happy to have you with us, Sajid.
Good afternoon, Sahar. Thank you so much for having me back. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm very well. How are you? And how are you staying safe?
Very well. Thank you so much. It's a very important time, particularly with students being online. Now with the regional affairs happening, I think it's extremely important for us to talk about student safety online, particularly in the cyberspace.
Definitely.
Yeah, and with safeguarding, the only thing that changes is the structure. The risks don't go away. It's just the environment, and I think it's important to talk about
that. It certainly is important. And let's begin by looking at the current situation students are facing in the digital space, especially as the remote learning continues to be part of education systems here in the region. So, what are the biggest online risks students face during this period? Let's talk about here in the UAE and the wider Gulf.
Yeah, so currently the UAE is just very recently announced some guidance, which was fantastic, for parents and for families to ensure that they can follow how to keep their children safe. So I think one of the biggest risks right now for students online is just the lack of monitoring that could take place when you're online as opposed to in the classroom. So, as I mentioned, the structure has changed. And what we mean by that is it's very easy to be online and get away with things as you would not ordinarily in the classroom, because you don't have oversight from a teacher, and you don't have an adult in the room a teacher who can identify concerns in safeguarding, and obviously in terms of protection as well on the type of applications you're using, the people you're speaking to, for example. So many risks that come to the forefront when you're online.
Right. And the whole situation is a bit of a challenge right now, right? So now moving deeper into safeguarding systems, how do schools identify if a student is being exposed to harmful or unsafe content at home while learning?
So I think it's extremely difficult because unless or until the children are only using school platforms, it's very hard for us to identify exactly what software children are using. No, I don't think it's fair. I think it's fair to say many parents are not cybersecurity experts. We don't expect them to be. They should not be. I think it's just about the discipline comes from just understanding the risks and trying to mitigate those. And how do we do those? Making sure that the schools are providing clarity to parents. They are very clear about the platforms that need to be used, only platforms which are for the school. For example, whether it's Google Meet, whether it's Teams, these are heavily regulated by the school by way of protection. And obviously, it's important that the parents are keeping a close eye on the children as well. I think this is key. Ultimately, you're only as safe as what you can see, and I think that's very, very important.
Right. And focusing on the behavior and expectations. So, how are students taught responsibility when it comes to remote learning?
So I think the responsibility is again, when you are in school, this is usually trained and taught and delivered by the school as it should be. Safeguarding and child protection across the GCC, particularly even in the UK, the framework does teach online safety to schools. They do have an online policy. They do have a safety policy as well, which parents can have access to. I think children can be taught this again continuously from the school, and also I think parents need to spend that extra bit of time with children to explain the risks that they are exposed to. So I mean, in this day and age, it's very easy, as you know, to create an alias online via AI. More often, children think they are speaking to somebody probably their own age, whether it's through an application or through a social media platform. And you don't really know who is on the other side. These are the risks. You don't know where they're from, what age they are. We have now, in the day and age of VPNs, which are virtual private networks, these are very high risk as well. People can put those on and you can suddenly appear as in a totally different part of the world. So I think a lot of these risks do need to be explained to children, particularly, going to the adolescence age, who are more high risk to, some of these challenges that parents and schools are facing.
Right. And well, I do understand that what you're saying makes a lot of sense. It is a bit of a risk, by the way, having to learn at home, especially when I think parents are not around and they have their day jobs as well. So maybe work from home for parents as well is going to help this situation. But when it comes to safeguarding measures, are there any latest ones in place when learning happens outside a school supervision?
So I think the easiest and the most effective measures for in terms of online safety are restrictions that could be put on by the parents, whether it's on an application via an iPad, via a laptop. I think these applications are really, really important to be monitored by parents. I think another thing which is really important is the students' behavior. So what I mean by that is it's very important to reiterate that message to children that irrespective of the lesson being delivered, whether it's in a classroom online or a physical classroom, the behavior must remain the same. So whether that is, behaving in a disrespectful or unsavory way to your peers, or whether that's using language which ordinarily would not be acceptable in the school, should not be acceptable online. So I think that's the same that should extend and must extend to the general decorum of a child online as well. And that's something which every school we work with, we push that message, and schools are quite good in making sure that message is being delivered to parents.
So, maintaining that kind of behavior is definitely crucial. And that, I think, puts, the parents at a certain role. So, what is the role of parents in maintaining digital safety and discipline at home?
I think the main role for parents is just vigilance. I think in the day and age of everybody being at work now, it's very difficult. The advantage we do have is, for example, on an Apple device, and I'm sure this is not only limited to Apple, but for example, on an Apple device, you can very easily access your child's screen time. You can
Right.
see exactly what applications they use. You can even limit the number of applications they use, and you can also
Limit the hours
request.
as well at times, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, and I think sometimes when they go over those hours, they have to request to you as a parent for you to accept, approve, or decline any further time they need on that device.
Right.
I think that measures like this for parents are very, very helpful, very effective, and I think also this forms part of that discipline with children, where they know they have a set time for class, set time for leisure, set time for any social browsing that's required, but in a very controlled, measured way.
Right. And this sort of a tracking also helps parents know if there was any misuse of any digital platforms, right? So, what actions are to be taken if students repeatedly misuse the digital platforms during the online classes?
So that's a very valid, very good point you mentioned, Sahar, because how would a teacher manage that, right? Like in a classroom, it's very easy to discipline a child if required. You can take them out of the classroom. You can, set them in a detention if needed, for example, or for a follow up with a senior leader. Online, it's difficult to know exactly what a child is doing unless something is very obvious, whether it's in a text or whether it's a facial gesture. I think one of the easiest ways to manage and control that is just making sure, from a teacher's point of view, online in a classroom, is just to be very vigilant on with the class. The engagement is important. The interaction with the child is crucial. Continuous activities that are being set with the class online for the students to be interactive. And I think, but we also have to be aware of the camera. Now, to understand, not every family or not every child is comfortable to put the camera on. Based on the environment, they might have family members who are not particularly comfortable with the camera on because they're in a room or they're in a bedroom where it's not possible for them to leave the camera on because of other
Mhm.
family members, for example. So I think those types of things need to be taken into account. I think where schools can make a real difference here is just providing clear clarity on exactly what the expectations are when the child is in the classroom, what platforms are to be used, what times the classes will be, how long will they last. I think parents, quite honestly, I don't think parents totally fully understand the full expectations of online learning because you naturally assume that the child will remain on the class lesson after lesson after lesson, but sometimes there is a bit of a break, and during that break period is when students can go quickly online to a social media platform. They could be speaking to somebody online. They could be, having content delivered to their screens, which is uncalled for or unbeknown to them. So I think this is really, really important that parents are vigilant about that.
Right. And where we see that parents have a lot of responsibility, I think schools as well have so much that they can do to help protect these students learning online. So, how can schools, you think, can support parents who struggle with monitoring their child's online activity?
I think for schools to support parents, this is very, very important. For example, there are many initiatives and platforms now online, particularly in the GCC. For example, safeguarding.sa is something that we've started as part of our initiative to raise that awareness for safeguarding and child protection in the school and online. I think schools can take a more proactive step by ensuring that continuous newsletters are being sent to parents and continuous workshops are being delivered, because quite frankly it's difficult to expect parents to understand a topic or an area such as safeguarding and child protection whether it be in person or online, unless or until a parent has knowledge of that, right? It's not a very known, very widespread topic. So I think it's something which schools can and should be doing more of. I think they've done an excellent job, particularly in the UAE. They're very big on child protection and safeguarding and digital learning, digital safety. Saudi Arabia is also taking that very seriously, particularly post-COVID. I think the GCC states have really focused on that. But I think more can be done and should be done from the schools individually. I think they could be delivering workshops for parents, sharing newsletters, sharing just tips, sometimes just receiving an email from a school about what to avoid, what to look out for, and some tips on what they can and shouldn't do with the children online. I think that would be really powerful.
And are you actually seeing any guidelines or trainings being provided by the organizations like schools, universities?
I mean, not as much as we would like. I mean, our Elite Group and Elite Enrichment Services, which is our entity on the ground in Saudi Arabia, that's what we push. We want to ensure that, whether in talks with Human Rights Commission here as well, just making sure child protection frameworks, both nationally and with the local context, are being pushed out into schools. I think in the international schools sector, yes, it is quite prevalent for schools to make sure this is happening. However, at a local level, I think more can be done, and that's not a case of schools don't care or they're not aware. I just think it's a knowledge issue. I think it's something where, because it's something that society hasn't really ever seen as a risk until now, with all of the online and AI risks and all of the cybersecurity lessons that need to be learned. That's why I think it's not being as effective as it should have been. But the direction is, I think, very positive. All the schools we speak to, the school leaders we have conversations with, do take this very seriously. Saudi Arabia alone, for example, alongside UAE, they've made it mandatory for cybersecurity to be learned in schools now as well at a younger age. So these things are now definitely speeding up the process of keeping children safe online.
Right. And now, talking about cybersecurity, as you just mentioned, how do schools protect students from staying away from those fake links during the online lessons?
So I think it is a challenge. It is a challenge. Every school we speak to, it's quite difficult to monitor a child when they're not in that lesson or in that classroom online. I think you have to depend heavily on the discipline of the child and the kind of routine set at home. My recommendation always has been to parents, families, and schools is set a clear, structured routine
And
of
monitor, exactly.
monitor exactly what will be happening in the classroom. And honestly, sometimes even recording lessons. I mean, it's very easy to record a lesson, even from a parent's point of view. I've urged parents to record your child's lessons online. Go back and take a look. You don't have to go through every minute, but sometimes you can swipe through every few minutes just to see how the lessons are going on. How there's clear accountability, both from the school's aspect and from the child's learning aspect, and not necessarily to catch anybody out. More so just as a protective measure to ensure both the school is protected, ensuring that the effective learning is taking place, because ultimately the child needs to learn effectively. That's the whole purpose of online learning. And from the child's point of view, we need to ensure learning is effective, but in a very safe, controlled, measured way. And I think that's really important in this day and age of online safety.
Yeah, that's a very helpful advice, Sajid. And now, what should students do if they accidentally share their personal data or information online?
So that's a very valid point, because that's something which happens every day. And post-COVID, all statistics show, all organizations who do research in this area shown that these risks have gone up almost by 100% post-COVID. So in circumstances like this, if a child has shared information with somebody that they were unaware of, please let somebody know, let your parents know, ensure that you delete, remove, change all your passwords. This is something which is very high risk for phishing emails to be received. From a parent's point of view, they need to keep an eye on their inbox and making sure that the emails coming through are authentic. Then sometimes you will receive fake emails coming through asking for personal information, whether it's about your child, about a school, whether it's about a missed payment. There's a lot of these things happening from all of this criminal activity taking place. So from a child's point of view, if you have shared personal information, let your family member know, delete your browsing history, reset your passwords, and just ensure you're not giving anything away to anybody online that you don't know, you're not aware of, and if you feel you have done something that you're later a little bit worried or scared of, it's absolutely fine. We're human. You can make a mistake. Share that information. That's the only way one can stay protected.
Right. And I think a lot of communication has to be done between the parents and, of course, the children as well, in order to have this aligned for them to know that, it's totally okay to make mistakes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, coming from my own life and as an experience as a child, I know I would be very afraid to speak to my parents if I had did something wrong. But that was most other case of, from my culture, it was a respect boundary. It was an aspect of I didn't want to let them down. But now the world has changed, and I think we can't treat children anymore as just expecting to do right and refraining from doing wrong.
True.
Children only learn and grow from mistakes. I think as parents,
So we
it is
have to
very
be
important.
acceptant of that, and we should be open to receiving the information that we get from them instead of just, shutting them up.
Absolutely. And I think one of the things, Sahar, which does affect children, which we haven't touched on much in this conversation, is their emotional well-being. I think that's something which, when you go online for a child, if you're an intricate child who's very introverted, for you, it's probably a safe space.
I was
You're at
actually
home.
getting to that. I was going to focus on well being now. And I was going to
Yeah.
ask you that you being a safeguard specialist, can you please tell us that how do safeguarding teams support students experiencing stress or isolation online?
So I think it's that for me personally, that's something which is a very sensitive topic because I feel there's no replacement and no substitute for human connection face to face and that physical presence. And we behind the screen now. I mean, you and I are talking, and I would love to have this conversation face to face in the studio next to you because you can read energy in a room, and I think that's no different to children. Despite all the counselling available to children online, despite having access to safeguarding specialists from as a school and from a student's point of view, it is very difficult to decipher what a child is feeling. And I think the access is available. Thankfully, you do have many organizations, particularly from the school, who do offer their online support to a student if it's still needed, whether it's in the form of a counselor, whether if it's a safeguarding lead in a school who
Hmm.
needs to speak to a child privately. I think more should be done, whereby is whether you have a separate team online to speak to those vulnerable children. Because for us, from a safeguarding perspective, what happened to the children who were on the radar of safeguarding or who were on the register who were quite vulnerable? Who is following up on them? Then you have an aspect of children who were at risk from home. Now they're at home, but potentially in that risk, not necessarily in the GCC, but just generally wider around the world internationally. So I think from a safeguarding and child protection point of view, it is crucial to follow up on those families, follow up on those children, check in on those, check in on their well-being, their emotional well-being, their mental well-being, and parents are aware as well that schools are continuously following up, and I think that's really important for a child to feel they have that safe space to go to.
Well, definitely. And before we wrap up, Sajid, what would be your key message to schools, to parents, and students when it comes to maintaining safe and responsible digital learning environments?
I mean, the key message from me would be follow all of the recent guidelines that have been shared, both from the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and the wider GCC. And when students are using official platforms, please stick to those platforms. Schools provide clear expectations of what is expected. Schools are quite clear with parents of lesson times, about what should be happening, should not be happening. And my final message to children would be, don't do anything you would not do in the classroom online. Just
Right.
think of that simple. It's as simple as that. And my personal advice would be, just act on that classroom online as in you're being watched all of the time, as you would be in the classroom by a teacher. And naturally, by default, you would continue to behave the same way. And I think that's very, very important. And hopefully, you have a very safe learning experience, a very happy, fun experience while it lasts.
That was great advice, Sajid. We wish them all the best, the parents, the students, and the teachers in this time that they're all working together in. And, well, you stay safe. And hopefully I'll see you in the studio soon next time.
Yes, hopefully very soon. And, I just want to
Inshallah.
again wish you all safety. It is a very
You too as well.
unpredictable time.
It
And
is.
I wish everybody safety. I wish you guys all the best. You're doing a fabulous job under the circumstances to talk about such an important topic. Particularly, I think in this time where so much could be lost in the noise, I think things like child protection, safety, safeguarding, it's very important for us to keep that at the forefront of everything that's happening.
And Sajid, a big thank you to you as well from Mira Business FM and from myself for joining us from Riyadh today and sharing your expertise on this critical topic. That was really lovely talking to you.
Yeah, likewise. You're very
Stay
welcome.
safe.
Thank you so
Goodbye.
much. Take care. Goodbye.
So this is all from our discussion today. Do not forget to like and subscribe to Mira Business FM, and I will be back with more conversations later on. With that, I would like to say thank you to everyone for tuning in. Stay informed, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.